Hey there, REM-PCs. Welcome to Rules of Cool, where we interview very special guests, creators, gamers, designers, and world builders. I'm your host, Rem, and today we're going to chat with our friend Eric from Norse Foundry. And then stay tuned because up next at 5 p.m. PDT is an all-new one-shot show episode featuring the RPG tragic horror 10 Candles. This week's giveaway is a Gnomish Copper Norse Foundry dice set, and they are gorgeous. Type hashtag REMPC in the chat right now for your free entry to win. For bonus entries, check out www.remalternus.com/nuyen or www.patreon.com/remalternus. Your support helps pay our cast and crew, so we greatly appreciate it. Now, time to get right into our conversation for this week, so stay tuned, REM-PCs. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the show. This is Rules of Cool, and I'm here and very excited to talk with Eric from Norse Foundry Dice. How you doing, Eric?
Good. How are you?
Good. It's good to have you here. Why don't we start with a little bit, just tell us about who you are and what you do.
Well, I'm Eric, obviously. I do a little bit of everything at Norse Foundry. I mean, my main job is I'm a special education teacher. So I've been doing that for 26 years. I've been with Norse for 7 years now, I think. But technically, I've been with it longer because I've been friends with the owner for 15 years. So at Norse, let's see, I'm the weekend packing person. I'm the stream and podcast liaison support contact person. Used to be the warehouse manager. Then it got too big, so he hired somebody else because I couldn't do it full time. Mm-hmm. And I'm just generally the person who does whatever needs to be done if there's no one else around to do it. Oh, I'm also the convention manager for convention stuff.
I know that's the first time I saw you when you looked up from the beautiful dice sets at a convention center. You look up and there's Eric. Ready to help you find the perfect set for you. So what's your history as a gamer? How did you get into this world?
Oh, God. I have to thank my Aunt Sally and Uncle Bill in 1979 when they sent me the original Monster Manual, first edition AD&D. It was the first book I ever got, and it was all downhill from there. It's just been all downhill from there. So
it started with the monsters, huh?
Yeah, and it's weird is because I really well, of course, it's forever ago, but I don't ever remember showing any interest in anything like that, really, outside of comic books. But they got it, and I was like, this is like the coolest thing ever. And I made my mom drive me to the nearest town because we lived in a little town in the middle of nowhere in Michigan. Made her drive me to Cadillac, Michigan to the comic book store so I could start picking up all the books and everything. So
that's awesome. And so was D&D, if D&D was your first love, where did it lead from there? What other games did you get into as your gamerness grew?
Oh God, what have I not played? We played the West End games, Star Wars for a while. That was the D6 system. Of course, D&D, second edition D&D, a little bit of third edition, fourth edition, some fifth edition. I remember seeing the original, I think it was the original Elmore Shadowrun book at the mall, and I picked that up. I think I still have it on the shelf somewhere. I know I have the second edition one. Let's see, Call of Cthulhu, lots of the Fate system. Geez, I could just look around and hey, cat. Sorry. Man, what haven't I played? I mean,
Cool.
Deadlands. Hey.
So you've gotten to really expand into a ton of different games. And I know like we got connected because of streaming in our community. So what games, what are you watching now on podcasts and live streams that has your attention these days?
Well, I'll like I was talking to you earlier, the Glass Cannon podcast. I mean, they're my buddies. They stream Delta Green on Tuesday nights, which is a modern Call of Cthulhu type game, if you don't know what it is. And then they do Call of Cthulhu on Friday nights. But hey,
someone wants to share the limelight.
There's a cat in the yard. He doesn't like cats. But they were a big Pathfinder one. That's where they got their start. So, but
cool.
Outside of that, I've been watching the One Ring Second Edition on The Adventures in Lollygagging.
Cool.
And Jeff is he's a great storyteller. And then my new indulgence, which I don't even know why, is I've been watching. Well, actually, it started Proficiency Bonus on Twitch and YouTube. I was just looking for a Fantasy Flight Game Star Wars stream to watch.
Oh, cool.
And I was watching that, and I'm almost embarrassed to say it, but they're doing the new Power Rangers RPG, and I've been watching that, and it's pretty entertaining. So.
No shame. We're recording a Power Rangers series for podcast right now.
Oh, good. I mean, because I got the book, and it's like it's a great book. It looks really nice. I haven't read a whole lot of it yet, but it looks fun, and I'm going to see if I can talk the D&D Pathfinder guys into doing a Power Rangers one shot or something one night. That's
awesome. So you mentioned you got into Norse Foundry because you knew the owner. So is there a friendship story blossoming into watching Norse Foundry become a thing in the community?
Well, so I met them because I'd moved away and I'd moved back, and my old gaming group had kind of moved apart, and so I went down to this one with my buddy, and then we found 2D10, which isn't around anymore, and that's where I met my buddy Cleon, and this is when 4th edition was first coming out. Mm-hmm. And so they were doing Living Forgotten Realms on Sundays, so I showed up, and so since that has come out, we've basically had the same group ever since then. So that was 15, 16 years ago.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So we basically had the same core 4 or 5 people for the past 16 years. So
that's life goals, you know, the keeping a group together for that long.
Yeah. But Norse Foundry, we were actually talking about it today. I was like, how did it start? Because I don't remember. And Drew turns to Cleon because he's in town visiting. And he's like, ask Cleon. And I'm like, well, how did it happen? He goes, because he owned the store at the time before they shut down. And he was like, you guys were in the store and I was looking for metal dice. And I said, I'm really looking for somebody who'll do metal dice. And Drew said, let me look into it. And next thing you know, he's selling us the metal dice. So it just kind of took off from there. I mean, it went from the storefront being the spare room in his house and sitting around the table, putting stuff in packaging at his table, to now we've got a warehouse and
have to hire people to take on full-time jobs that you can't do by yourself. That's a cool place to be.
Yeah. It's a thing.
How many conventions does Norse Foundry go to every year?
Oh, a bunch. Let's see. PAX East, PAX Unplugged. I can't even think of the other PAXs. PAX West, but I don't go to that one. That's why I don't think of it. Okay. They're doing Emerald City Comic Con.
Cool.
The other guys just did Denver Comic Con. I just got back from Dice Tower Con East. Origins, as you know, because I saw you there.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, Gen Con.
Uh-huh.
Did I already say that one? I don't even know.
No, you didn't.
We were supposed to be doing Tampa Comic Con, but something happened, so we couldn't do that one.
Okay, but I'll include it if you usually do it.
So this was going to be our first one, so it's like it was something happened with the person who's supposed to do it. We've done MegaCon in Orlando. So yeah, there's a bunch. There's Adepticon, GaryCon.
Oh wow.
Yeah, there's a bunch. I'm sure I'm leaving some out because
that's 11 that we hit already.
That's this year. Yeah, that's just this year since last. What was it? December? No, when was Origins last year? September.
September. Yeah.
Yeah. So since then we've done 12 because we did Origins twice.
So that's a con a month at least.
Pretty much, yeah.
Wow. And do you go to all the cons or as con manager?
So we have our East and West.
Okay.
So like for the West Coast, there's people on the West Coast that we use to do those, and our retail person lives in Seattle. So he usually handles all that stuff. I've only done this year's Origins, the PAXs, Gen Con. Oh, I forgot Dragon Con, of course. I forget Dragon Con, yeah. And then like the local little ones are the ones that I pack the car up and drive everything up and do that, yeah.
Yeah. Wow. So in your entire career, how many conventions would you guess you've been to?
Oh my God.
12 times 7.
Let's in my entire life. Let's see. First one was in 1992. It was a little one in Tampa. That's where we got to play Shadowrun and did the Shadowrun LARP by accident. We did it by accident. We got caught in the elevator with people doing it, and we just went along with it. And,
that's amazing. I love those stories. They only happen at cons.
And it's only because my buddy Chuck at the time had like black hair with a mullet, and he was wearing like a leather duster and had like Terminator sunglasses on because that's what he wore at the time, and I don't know why. And people walked in and they started talking to him like he was in on it or something, and we just went along with him. And
that's awesome.
But how many have I done? Probably at least 20.
Wow.
Yeah.
Neat. Yeah, it's a blast. What are your favorite cons every year to go to? What do you look forward to most?
I always look forward to Gen Con because I like the energy. I mean, the energy is great. It's a hard con to work. I mean, it's nonstop, but it's a fun one, and that's where I get. Well, and of course, I get to meet all my other industry buddies that show up to them, like from Paizo, from Wizards, I met Rick from Chaosium, the president at Origins, so I'm going to hook up with him.
Neat.
It just that's my favorite because everybody's there. Yeah. I think in general, my favorite one to do though is Origins because it's busy but it's laid back. If that makes any sense, it's just got that easygoing vibe.
That's my feeling too. I think Origins is my favorite because it's still massive, like not as big as Gen Con, but still massive, but more intimate. Like the conversations and the relationships and stuff like that. There seems to be more time for that.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's what we try to do that at all of them. I mean, we try to make time to talk to everybody who comes along. If that's what they're looking to do, if they're just looking, I want dice and go. Okay, well, that's fine. But we try to talk and interact and.
That's awesome. I like that. So I want to talk a little bit more about dice and if you can't make it to a convention as well, they have a really great website where you can see all of this. But what are the different types of dice you can get?
We have our alloy, which is a zinc copper alloy. We have all of our different colors of aluminum. 6063 aircraft grade aluminum, if anybody really wants to know. We have wood dice. I don't even know the types of woods because I really don't know them. We do have ceramic dice. We have like 169 different types of gemstone and glass dice. We have
169 types.
Yeah, and I think there's more now because I think some more different ones came in today. Yeah. We have like our true metal dice, copper, brass, bronze, Damascus steel, titanium. Everybody's favorite to play with is the tungsten because it's super heavy and super dense. What else do we have dice wise? There's so many things. I can't even remember all of them.
So speaking of the copper dice, we have a set that you donated today for a giveaway, and I think they're right here over my shoulder. So these are the Gnomish copper dice. Can you tell us a little bit about those?
That's one of the OG dice, actually. That's one of the original designs that came up when Drew first started the company. It's the zinc copper alloy.
Okay.
The whole set weighs about half a pound.
Nice.
I have a set similar to him that I got when he first started the company, and they look exactly now like they did back then. So I mean, they're durable. And yeah, make sure you don't roll them on your wood table or your glass table, because use a tray, use a pad, use a mat.
That's what those leather dice trays are for.
Yeah, because my wood table that I have now has nice little tracks across it from when we were gaming at my house before we even thought of using trays or anything, from people from always rolling our dice on them. So yeah, there's some war stories on my table.
So you have the opportunity, anyone who's watching the show today, to win this set of dice of the Gnomish copper, and you do that for free by typing in hashtag RemPC into the chat at any time during our show and our game to follow, and we'll get those sent out to you, which is really exciting. So thank you again for doing that. And
no problem.
Yeah, and what would you say are like the most popular dice set or sets if you can't choose between?
So right now, the most popular dice I'm just going with what I've seen at conventions, because I don't see the sales from day to day.
Sure.
Is the frosted zircon K9, not zircon, I'm sorry, frosted K9 dice, which are the K9 glass, which is Crown 9. It's a reflective prismatic glass.
I think that's the one I like a lot.
It's the one that looks like it glows.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's been like the super popular one since we've gone back on the road.
They're so pretty. I love the glass ones as well, but the frosted glass, those get my attention every time. Every time I walk past the booth.
Yeah, my buddy Skid calls them the Arkenstone set because they look like they're glowing just from the light around them. So
true.
Yeah.
I love that. Now I love them even more. But so in addition to dice and all the various gemstones you have, which are cool as heck too, you sell some different items as well besides dice that I've seen at the table. Can you tell us a little bit about those?
So we have like this full selection. I think there's 16 different sets of like coins. Like we have a different series. We have our elf coins, our dwarf coins, our Norse coins, of course. Pirates. We have Cthulhu coins. It's just things to use at the table. We have our dice trays. We have foldable ones. We have, we call the tray of folding. That's coming up with the names is probably the best part. We have the trays of holding, which are the more solid octagonal with the ring on the inside and outside for dice storage. Or I always tell everybody, if your dice aren't working, you put them in jail. We have our dice containers. We the chest of holding, which holds a standard 7 set. God, we've got so many things. It's we've got our what we call them our class coins, which are based off of the D&D and Pathfinder classes, where it's I think a 55 millimeter coin, where it's got artwork on both sides, and one side is enameled and the other isn't. So people are like, what do you use it for? I'm like, it's a 50-50, depending on what game you're playing, hero point, no hero point, inspiration, no inspiration, just depending on what system you're playing.
Yeah. And I've seen as well, you've got some of the dice holders, like the little book, the leather and wood book.
Yep. Oh, yeah. We get those from, we get them from Elderwood Academy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Our buddies over at Elderwood. So you can always check them out if you want any wood stuff made. They do some good work.
That's really cool too.
We also have whiskey stones if you want D6 or D20 whiskey stones. They're
nice.
I mean.
So see, I know we've got whiskey drinkers in the audience. So we've got our Scotch Squad buddies that would definitely be into that. So what is the process for designing or crafting new dice of each variety? Like, how do you come up with 160 different ideas for gemstone dice?
This is where I'm supposed to say NDA. No, actually, it's just basically we'll sit around and he'll be like, what colors do you think we should do? And so we'll come up with colors, and then we'll look and see what kind of gemstones are available, what kind of glass dice are available that we can get. He'll come up with different themes for dice. Like we currently have our space dice, which are a space themed. So they've all got like a outer space sci-fi looking theme to them. Then we've got our dungeon delve, which are enameled, but the background is supposed to be a dungeon tile floor, and it's got skulls in all the corners. So it's just a lot of sitting around, and I get, honestly, Drew comes up with most of it. I come up with the names. He comes up with the
well, and the detail, like the dungeon tile and the bones, and like to get all those varieties, that's super cool. So I know that I know your answer to this already, but what Kickstarters has North Boundary done, and are there any new ones coming up soon?
Which ones have we done? That's we've done officially. We've done 7.
Okay.
There's some we've been associated with. Like, so our last one we just finished with our space dice. Mm-hmm. We did one where it was the dice of crits, where it was, I think it's a 35 millimeter D20. It either has all ones or all 20s.
I like
it. Way back when we put out a book called Legacy of Mana. I don't ever know whatever happened with that. We did cartography with Brian. Oh, what's Brian's last name now? Brian Collins.
Okay.
He's over with, I can't think of the name of the place now. I'm drawing a complete blank. We have our line of minis, our compatible minis that we've done. There's like 5 waves of those that have been kickstarted.
Neat.
Of course, he kickstarted the Wondrous dice originally, which is the multicolored aluminum dice. Mm-hmm. He kickstarted the gemstones originally. And then we have one coming up that I'm not allowed to talk about, except that I can say that anyone who enjoys pink mohawk type things will enjoy the colors and the artwork on it.
I'm so excited now.
But I can't actually say anything more than that. But I was cleared to say that. So
we should follow the Facebook page, Twitter, stuff like that to find out when we're allowed to know more.
Probably, yeah, because I get it differently, but yeah, I know it'll be on the Instagram.
Okay.
Probably the Facebook page, Twitter, and if you get the newsletter, it's emails sent out about that too. So
awesome.
And if you're a previous Kickstarter backer, you'll already get them. So
right. Okay, cool. Well, that's really exciting to know something's coming up. I know here at Roll with Rem Alternus, where we play Emerald Glitch, we hate pink mohawk here. So that's really exciting. So what we kind of talked about other items that were available and stuff. One of the things that I thought of while you were talking that I wanted to touch on is your nicked table. Can you tell us a little bit about the video you guys did showing the durability of Norse Foundry dice?
Oh, I wish I could find it because you wanted to see. I wish I could find it. It was because we get all these emails about something happened to the gemstone dice. Like we got one that was like, I accidentally dropped my hammer on it.
Oh,
okay, as you accidentally dropped your hammer on it, sure. I accidentally backed over it with my car, and these are real emails that we've gotten. It fell off my table, out the door, down 3 flights of stairs, and hit the concrete. So we were sitting around talking about, because we're always like, send us a picture, we'll evaluate. And so then I forget who it was. Somebody got an idea of let's make a video of how to take care of the dice. And so it was like, do this, but everything that we were saying, like roll it on a tray. So instead of rolling on a tray, somebody like threw it against the wall, or don't roll them together because they're natural substances. You don't want them clinking together. So he takes a big handful and he's shaking them, and or don't put them with metal dice. So then he's dropping, like we have our boulders, which are the 55 or 45 or 55 millimeter big old chunks of metal, and dropping them on there and watching them break in half. And so it was just like, we're telling you what to do, but showing you what not to do.
How many dice were injured in the making of this video?
Oh, I have no idea. Too many. It was, luckily when we get them in, we have to check them to make sure there's nothing wrong with them. So we always get a bunch that there's something wrong with them. So we were like, let's just get rid of these guys. And
do you ever get requests for, since dealing with gemstones, of like custom like engagement dice and things like that?
Actually, we do, because we also do custom dice.
Okay.
But somebody, I want to say it was Ben. They were having a baby. They were pregnant, and so on our 55 millimeter boulders, it was our Miami dice one because it's blue and pink. So, and it was like a reveal type thing, and I don't know how they were doing it, but instead of the 20, it was we're pregnant. And they ordered a bunch of them to send to like their family and stuff, so they would know. And we actually had, in Boston? Somebody came up and bought a set of amethyst dice and used it in their proposal to his girlfriend to get married.
Oh, that's neat.
And then we saw him again the next year, and he was like, "She said yes." So we were like, well, that's awesome.
That's the happy ending to the story.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, it's cool that I know you showed me as well some other custom dice for some companies, shows, podcasts, things like that. And that's really neat that you guys have that available for your partners as well.
Yeah, and that's one of the things. Is like, that's one of my main things, is making sure that that stuff gets taken care of, making sure they're happy. But that's always my favorite part, is now you guys get to pick your dice. So pick out your dice, and
that's the best part.
Yeah.
But how do you choose, right? Like it's hard when you've got 160 varieties of just gemstones.
Well, yeah, when I say now go to the aluminum section and pick out whichever one you want. But I need it by tomorrow. So
oh no.
No, I don't do that.
How many aluminum sets do you guys do you carry?
Oh my God. Like 100.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Because all the different color combinations, and yeah, that's
so for all of the displays, all of the different varieties that you bring to conventions with you, anyone from our audience who's making it to Gen Con this year, where can they find you?
We'll have 2 booths. I would tell you we've got one in the 2400s. I don't really know that one because I'm not there, but booth 543 is where we'll be.
Okay.
That's where my booth will be. So
So again, if you want to look at all the pretty dice and then look up and find Eric ready to talk with you, that's where you.
Yeah, I'm the guy with the long blonde hair that'll be there. So
it's memorable though, because before I even started talking to you, I knew your face because like I associate that hair with Norse Foundry. Awesome.
I got to tell you, Origins was weird because usually it's just the badges for us to say Norse Foundry or whatever, and I didn't realize my name was on it.
Oh.
So when people will come up and go, "Hey, Eric," and I'm like, "How do you know my name?" Or "Are you Eric that Glass Cannon talks about all the time? How do you know who I am?" But yes, I am.
Oh, that's so nice though. Look, you've got Norse Foundry fame.
Yeah.
So what is your favorite dice set?
My favorite dice sets. I would have to go with, because I'm kind of torn because there's reasons for both, but my favorite one is our aluminum dice, our wondrous dice, the cotton candy, just because because I have ADD. And so when my medicine wears off, I just sit there and I spin the dice and I watch all the colors spin together, and then they yell at me because I'm running the game. Yeah. So my second favorite would be our pure copper dice, because you can make it patina. So you can either keep it shiny silver and copper to shiny copper, or you can let it like tarnish and it'll turn green and teal and.
Oh wow, cool. So you can get two sets and keep one very shiny copper and have one go into that. It's like 2 in 1.
Yeah.
Neat. And one of the things I wanted to talk to you about, we did kind of touch on like what you're watching now in terms of podcasts and streams and stuff like that. But what are your all-time podcast and live stream recommendations? Like who puts on the best shows or the best games, and what should our audience get into?
The first one I come back to, because it's the one, it's the Glass Cannon podcast.
Yeah,
that's the one that hooked me the most. God, what am I listening to? I have so many of them. I'll say I'll give a shout out to Opti with Shadowrun Origins. That's on my list.
Shadowrun Origins, I'm about to join the cast.
Are you allowed to say that?
Yeah, I'm allowed to say
okay.
that. I mean, it's going to happen like, I don't know, a while before the current episodes are released, but.
Oh, okay. So if you like Starfinder from Paizo, Southern Tomfoolery, Adam and the gang, they do a great job.
Cool.
Because a lot of them are partner people. Find the Path podcast, Cosmic Crit, Min Maxed. There's one that I found called Party Business Podcast, which is a One Ring second edition podcast. Look, the Neo Anarchist podcast. Go listen to that.
That's another Opti one. I actually have some cool news about that. We are actually relaunching Neo Anarchist podcast under our YouTube channel, and it's going to be as recorded content. So you'll actually have video content with Neo Anarchist podcast.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
What else do I listen to? Golly, there's so many. But yeah, those are probably the ones that those are the ones my can't miss weekly.
Cool.
Are those? Yeah.
It's helpful because I mean, I have ulterior motives. I'm asking you this so that I can watch the recording later and like catch up on all these and favorite them and follow them and build some partnerships there as well. But
I'll tell you, Glass Cannon, if you're going to listen to it, it's a 7-year journey.
Wow.
Yeah, they did an entire Paizo adventure path from book 1 to book 6.
Wow.
It took them 7 years, 326 episodes.
And they're each, 4 hours?
No, each one is an hour.
Oh, okay. That's
an hour. Yeah. Well, some of them are longer. Like the last one was split into 3 pieces, and I think it was almost 7 hours long.
Oh, wow.
The very last one. Yeah.
Okay. So lots of content to catch up on.
Yeah.
And research and find places to go. That's part of why we did episodicals, because I have a short attention span. So I like a commitment of 20 episodes is something that I can like get on board with more than like I just can't catch up on Critical Role, because as much as I want to and everything in me knows that I will love it, I'm like afraid of that kind of commitment.
I just can't pay attention to a screen for that long. I really can't. It's 4 hours for me to dedicate 4 hours of sitting down and doing nothing but watching something.
It's like a movie every week. Longer than a movie. It's 2 movies every week.
Yeah. And I have trouble sitting through a movie. So
fair. Well,
there is another. What was it? My buddy Matt. I think it's called Pink Mohawk. I actually think or Pink Faux Hawk. Pink Faux Hawk is what it is.
Oh, cool.
It's a Shadowrun 2nd edition where it's the Pink Mohawk era. So
awesome.
Yeah, it's more of a comedy one, but
neat.
It's not bad.
Awesome. So I want to kind of switch over to role-playing games that you've played. We all have like our favorite RP moment that happened in a game, some game system somewhere. What is your favorite story to share?
Oh God.
We have time, so you can share more.
I say we're talking about that today. The one that I always think back to though is my little group of my 2nd edition game where we were I was a thief cleric. We had a wizard something, and then somebody was a drow something.
Ooh.
And we were walking up to a town and we're trying to negotiate to get in, and they're like, we don't allow drow in here. Okay, whatever, we're just trying to get through, blah 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 blah. And then so we're starting backing away, and my buddy Chris, who's playing the drow, just keeps talking to him, and they're like, we're going to give you the count of 5 and then we're going to open fire. And he just keeps talking. So then my buddy Vince, is the DM, starts count 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then he stays there. So they light him up like a pin, like a pin cushion, and and he dies because we were low. Well, it was 2nd edition, and you don't live very long in 2nd edition. And so me and my buddy Chuck's characters move up, and they're like, "We're gonna open fire." Like, no, we're just here for the body. We're leaving. We're just gonna get the body. We're leaving. So there was that one. We had the running, it's been going on since late 3rd edition, all the way through 4th edition into 5th edition, and now into Pathfinder 2, is Kayla's Bread Shop. It's just a bread shop that we always find in every single town, and somehow it always burns down. And nobody ever knows how, but it always burns down.
It's like the cabbages guy from Avatar.
Yeah, it's just some running gag that we came up with.
Awesome.
There was the Trap Finders in 4th edition. It was my buddy Mike's Dwarven Paladin and my human Sword Mage, who we didn't have anybody to find traps, so we would just walk straight forward. And we would find every trap because we would just walk into them. So yeah, it's just little things like that. I mean,
when in doubt, trial and error.
Yep. Yeah. When in doubt, send the dwarf.
It kind of reminds me too of one of, as a content creator, one of my early ideas that I've never gotten to put in to effect yet was having a show where like at the end we could do a segment of character obituaries. So like honor your character. If you had a character that died and you want to share their story, what would you write about them in their obituary? And we'll read them online live. And I'd still love to do that someday because people just love telling those stories. And I think you'd get some truly epic death scenes that you could replay.
Oh yeah. I no doubt.
Or you just couldn't stop talking to the guards and they lit you up.
Chris died because he wouldn't shut up. Pretty much how it went.
I love that. And what would your epitaph be? Died because he wouldn't shut up.
Yep. Wouldn't shut up.
I love it. Oh, awesome. So what are your top game systems to play? We've kind of talked about your the podcast you're following and stuff. So and your journey through playing all of these games, if you could have any game with any cast of players, what would it be?
Wow. That's a tough question. Man, there's so many. I mean, if any cast of players.
Yeah.
Man, it's
I sprung this one on you because we got through all the questions early.
Yeah,
so,
yeah. I'm now I got to think. It's like, because I mean, honestly, we've sat in the warehouse and like with all the people who do the D&D and the Pathfinder podcast that we have, we're like, let's do a fantasy draft of who we would have as a GM, who we would take as players. I mean, so we've done, if you had to pick, so we've done that. I mean, but man, I don't know. That's a tough question. Holy
there,
I'll
add
I you know what? I would probably say, just because it's more of a storytelling system that's loosely based on dice rolls, I would probably go with Fantasy Flight Games Star Wars.
Ooh.
Or Genesis, whichever. But I'm a big Star Wars nerd, so awesome. I would go with that, because then you could get the people who could role play it out.
And what character would you want to play?
Oh, I always go for the Jedi. I don't know why. I'm just drawn to it. I really am. I don't know why.
So, additional add-on question: Space Wizard Paladin. I like it. And what dice set from Norse Foundry would you use?
Well, they use their own dice system, where they have their own.
Oh, they have their own sets.
It's a symbol based. So, and you can't really recreate it because it's Disney. So, but if I were to sit down and play, I'll just say Pathfinder, just because, like I said, the set I would use would be, it would be easy. It would be my Dwarven Paladin using my Holy Smite set.
Holy Smite set. What does that look like?
It's base silver with royal blue, like a royal blue swirls.
Okay.
Yeah.
Neat. And is that the aluminum?
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah. Cool. Awesome.
Yeah. Most of my sets I use now are aluminum, just because I like the feel.
That's fair.
Yeah, it's a feel thing.
So where can we learn more about all the latest Norse Foundry dice items, Kickstarters coming soon?
NorseFoundry.com. www.norsefoundry.com.
That'll get you everywhere you need to be.
Yep, that'll tell you everything you need to know.
Awesome. Well, we're getting close to the top of the hour, so it was lovely talking to you and stealing all of your podcast recommendations and hearing about the best dice sets to look at out there. Every time I walk past those frosted glass ones, I'm just torn. I have to it's that you try to walk by and your head just kind of rubbernecks in that direction, and then your body just stops after the fact. That's my reaction to those dice every time I see
it's funny. It's like when at cons you can go, I know what you're looking at. I know exactly what you're looking at when you stop, because we put them out and like, that's the one you're looking at.
Yep. Yeah. Brilliant strategy. And it works on me because I'm highly suggestible.
Yeah. But if you ever want to be overwhelmed with choices, go to NorseFoundry.com, because there's plenty of choices there. So
excellent. Well, thank you for everything you do at the cons and for Norse Foundry and all the partnerships that you pursue through podcasting. It's always great talking to you, Eric, and I really appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. It was fun.
Awesome. Well, stay tuned. We'll be right back. Up next is 10 Candles on the all-new episode of the One Shot Show, where the players will all die. They will not win. They will not defeat the monsters. Will they find meaning in their final few hours? Join us to find out, coming up next. And don't forget, we have a wonderful giveaway of a set of Gnomish copper dice from Norse Foundry. Enter to win by typing hashtag RemPC in the chat. It's totally free. You can get additional entries to win by going to our donation page at www.remalternus.com/nuyen or patreon.com/remalternus. All donations help us to pay our cast and crew and keep producing content. And our biggest donors can have a message read at the end of the episode by the cast member of their choice. So check it out. And did you know we have more shows like Shadowrun Emerald Glitch on our Twitch channel? We stream 5 to 6 days a week over on twitch.tv/Master of Rem, including the Dresden Files RPG, Shadowrun 5th Edition, and more. So check us out and give us a follow. Thank you all for joining, and we'll see you next time where we are back with Shadowrun Emerald Glitch 6th Edition and have a very special guest for Rules of Cool, Peter Adkison. Anyone who is a fan of Gen Con TV won't want to miss that, as he's the one that makes all of this possible. So thank you so much for joining, and we'll see you next time. Bye, RemPCs. Hey RemPCs, it's me, Rem, and I play Shayloon on Like Clockwork every Sunday at 7 p.m. Central on twitch.tv/Master of Rem. If you are anything like me, I get very excited to know everything about my character's life and backstory. But have you ever thought about how they smell? I hadn't until I found Pure Alchemy soaps. And I have with me today my very own box of Shayloon. So let's check it out together. I've got my very own Shayloon Ayun little tag here in pretty handwriting. That's so nice. Now Shayloon is a lawful good. Ooh, it's minty. Gnome. There it is. Ooh, like maybe a little floral, a little rosy. And the last is she's a wizard. Harry. Oh, that's nice. It's got like a more spicy, like a patchouli. So let's give a whiff all together of what makes up a Shayloon. So lawful good, gnome, wizard. Oh, that's really nice. These are handmade and custom to your favorite character. And when you become as obsessed as I am, you can also get liquid soap potions of haste, health, and mana, or potions of prevent disease, or what muggles call hand sanitizer. Seriously, go check them out at purealchemysoaps.etsy.com and start loading your coin pouch because they have a new gelatinous cube soap Kickstarter coming soon. Don't miss it.
What a spell! Spell. She says spell like 92 times. Spell. 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 Spell.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
In the land revealed beyond the shroud, they came in search of answers. Drum had always known her place, but Imari never found hers. Which stories rest in this arcane book? What tales can be spun? Who covets its mystic pages? And to what lengths will they go? Perhaps a mythkeeper will weave together these tales in an age to come. But we have an opportune luxury, my friend. For we can see this magnificent performance with our own eyes. Just have your tickets ready. Cottlesworth's Clockwork Circus, Issue 2. It's time to start the show.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to our presentation of the TTRPG 10 Candles. I am your host tonight, Danny Oliver, also known as Cottlesworth. Tonight we are playing 10 Candles, which is a role-playing game of tragic horror. This is not an adventurous tale where our protagonists will save the day. There's no day left to save. This is a story about how we live our lives in those last desperate moments that we have left. As we get started, I would like to first go around and introduce each of our players tonight and briefly the character that they will be playing. And we're going to start all the way on the left side of the screen with Chris.
Well, hello, everybody. My name is Chris, and I'll be playing Thurston today. He is a family man, or was a family man, and he trying to find his family.
Very good. And next to Chris is Elizabeth.
Hello, I am Elizabeth. I will be playing Marigold James. She is an artist that is working at was working at a booth at Gen Con.
Of course, we have Rem Alternus.
I am Kelly, and I'm a 22-year-old professional cosplayer and designer. And I was cosplaying as Nebula from Guardians of the Galaxy when our story takes place.
And then to the other side of me is Jacqueline.
Hi, I'm Jacqueline, or Janity. I use she, her pronouns, and I will be playing Harry Connolly using he, him pronouns. He is a physics teacher and facilitator of the D&D club at the local high school.
All right. And then last but certainly not least, John.
Hello, I'm John. I also play Panabon in the Rem Alternus Family Network, as well as being on the Alternate Archives. In 10 Candles, I am playing Whirly Joe, who is the podcast host of The Best Shot You've Got, who eviscerates all of your favorite podcast movies, which tells you a lot more about the character than he actually probably wants you to know.
Very good. Tonight, we are joining these characters some 10 days after the world went dark. They have survived so far, whether through sheer luck, through their own ability and skill, or perhaps by banding together. And in doing so, have evinced certain character traits over the course of the last 10 days, week and a half. And so what we're going to do right now is, and this is whether your character knows the character to your left or right or not, we're still going to go with this. What we're going to do is we're going to have each of you name a virtue for the character that is to your right. So Chris for Elizabeth, Elizabeth for Rem, Rem for Jacqueline, Jacqueline for John, and John for Chris. This is a virtue. This is just going to be some simple concept, maybe just a short description, something that about them that is good, that could potentially help them persevere through these final nights. So take a moment to think about that, what that virtue might be. in 10 Candles, we don't worry too much about all of the abilities and skills of the characters. We will be rolling a communal dice pool for any event that requires a conflict resolution. And it is up to the players, if they're fortunate, or myself, if they're not, to narrate the results. Chris, what virtue do you assign to Marigold?
Marigold seems like she's a very resourceful sort.
Marigold is resourceful. Please write that down on a piece of paper or card and set that to the side. And then, Elizabeth, tell us a virtue that Kelly possesses.
Well, I was going to go with resourceful, but I'm going to go with I'm going to go with committed instead.
Committed. Rem Alternus, if you can write committed on your paper or card. And then give us the virtue that Mr. Harry Connolly possesses.
Harry is inspiring.
Inspiring. Very good. Jacqueline, if you could write that down on one of your cards. And once you've done that, tell us a virtue that Whirly Joe possesses.
Whirly Joe makes podcasts on the internet, and so Whirly Joe is resilient.
Very good. I would do a lot better if I had sound that worked properly. So give me a moment while I change to a greater set of headphones. And in the meantime, John, if you could share with us the virtue that Thurston possesses.
Thurston, I've heard you're a family man. That means you have the capacity to love. I think that capacity to love is a great thing.
Very good. Now, that is the virtue. Each of these characters also possess a vice, something about their personality or their mannerisms or perhaps their physique that is deleterious in some way, that could potentially cause them trouble, or could be something that they must overcome, or through it overcome something. And so we're going to go the opposite direction for this. So if everyone could take a moment to think about a vice that the character possesses that is to their left. And we'll go over that in a moment. Very good. We'll start with John. Please tell us the vice that Jacqueline possesses. Or, I'm sorry, that Mr. Connolly possesses.
I'm not sure about this vice. You can tell me if any of you do this. But you look kind of scrawny and weak. You just look like a beanpole. Like Ichabod Crane over there.
Scrawny, small, thin, skinny. That works. And now, Jacqueline, if you can get one for Kelly, played by Rem Alternus.
Tell me if I need to rephrase this, but I think with all the prosthetics hanging off of Kelly, perhaps impeded.
Impeded, that could be that there is that she just kind of maybe has a lot going on, just physically on her person, that could get in the way, or perhaps assist somehow when the time comes. Very good. Alternus, what about Marigold?
Marigold is attention seeking.
Attention
She needs
seeking.
approval.
Very good. Marigold seeks attention. And Elizabeth, what about Thurston? What sort of vice does he possess?
Well, Thurston is a family man, and while he is driven for love for his family, I also think he has the capacity to be belligerent.
Belligerent.
Have you just met me before?
Thurston is a belligerent. Go ahead and write that down, Chris. And then, if you could, tell us what Whirly Joe's vice is.
I think Whirly Joe. I think Whirly Joe, from what I can understand, has enough vices of his own. So I think I'm going to give it. Whirly Joe is going to be. He's going to have to overcome being blind.
Blind.
You don't need your eyes to be a podcaster.
Very well. Whirly Joe, are you comfortable, John, playing a blind character?
Yeah, you're fine. Oh wait, did I have my phone on?
You don't have to be completely in the dark. Legally blind, I think, should suit our purposes here.
I could also play Legally Blonde if you wanted me to. That's a great movie.
That is a different vibe entirely. Very good. So now we have everyone's virtue and vice written down. What I would like everyone to consider right now is that sometime over the course of the events that we will play through tonight, perhaps there is a moment that you are thinking of, something that you would like for your character to do that will enable them to overcome an obstacle, to overcome a part of themselves, something that, if they were to do it successfully, would give them hope. I want you to think about that for a moment, and I will offer a few examples of what this could be. But as you think about this, you're looking for something that you believe you'll be able to accomplish over the course of play. So whether it's a moment of self-sacrifice, whether it's a moment of saving somebody's life, something that, if you were to accomplish it, would give you hope. So an example would be, I will find hope if I find a member of my family. I will find hope in a moment of quiet reflection. I will find hope if I can save those around me. Those would be examples of moments. It doesn't have to be something grandstanding. It could be something internal, reflective, but consider that for a moment. Write it down on one of your cards. And then what we're going to do is we're going to read the hope you have written down. And we will start with Whirly Joe. Whirly Joe John, what is the moment that you hope to see for Whirly Joe?
Early Joe wants to save someone in a way that would make their dad proud.
Good. Janity, what about for Mr. Connolly?
Mr. Connolly will find hope if he can save a student or a young person from harm.
Okay. Rem, what is the moment you hope to see for Kelly?
I will find hope if I can feel close to somebody.
Elizabeth, what about Marigold?
Marigold will find hope if she can find food and water or some sort of supplies to help everyone. Does that work?
It does.
Okay.
You hope to find something that you think you're out of, that is a necessity, sure. And finally, for Thurston, Chris, what is your moment?
Thurston will find hope when he reaches the top of the tower.
Top of the tower. Very good. And the final piece is the Brink. A trait describes who you are. It's a part of you. It's something that others can see about your person. Your moment is what you hope to become. It is that time that you will be able to show the best parts of who you are. We're going to move now to the Brink. The Brink represents that which you are capable of when pushed to your very limit. When everything else is gone, when all there is left is desperation, fear, despair. It is that part of you that perhaps by embracing it, you may be able to pull yourself out. And so, I would like each of you to think of the Brink for the person to your right. So Chris to Elizabeth and so on. The difference here is that Rem Alternus is going to give me a Brink for them. This is the first time we've talked about them. You see, there is something out there in the darkness, something that is unknown. And that is them. So, Rem Alternus, you will be able to give me something that you have seen about them that likely strikes fear within you. And then I will come up with a Brink for Mr. Connolly. So think about that one for a moment.
You have examples?
An example of a Brink. So you will start with I have seen you. And it could be I have seen you, and then think of a verb. I have seen you abandon. I have seen you lie. I have seen you break down. And then what led to that? So I have seen you destroy what you care for the most. I have seen you break down and cry inconsolably that we almost were forced to leave you behind. I have seen you call out to them for salvation.
And one more time, this is for the person on our...
On the right on our screen. So you will be doing it for Thurston. And indeed, when you are ready, Chris, if you could tell us the Brink you have in mind for Marigold.
I have seen Marigold. I've seen Marigold seen her kill. She has a savage streak to her. Pushed far enough.
Wow.
You met me?
And what was the impetus for that?
The impetus? She killed a man over he was trying to take something from her. And she do I have to say specifics?
You have seen Marigold kill to protect what's hers.
Yes, there we go.
Marigold, Elizabeth, for Kelly, what have you seen?
I have seen you. I have seen you break down over the darkness and the silence.
You have seen Kelly break down in the midst of the darkness and silence all around you. Rem, what have you seen them do?
I have seen them dissolve from pure laughter.
Is this
Chris, your face just
is this so in this case the Brink is supposed to strengthen them, it gives them an ability over you. Is this if something laughed at them they dissolved, or is this somehow through their mirth they're able to do something?
I had envisioned it more like a baby's laughter, like repelled it.
I see that I did not communicate clearly. The
So
Brink for them is a
something that gives
strength.
them a strength. Dang it.
You have seen them do horrible things be in order to or to.
Very well. Then I have seen them get stronger and faster when faced with screams of terror.
They are somehow fueled by fear.
I don't like that. I take it back.
Mr. Connolly, they have seen you abandon those who needed you. And now for Whirly Joe, Jacqueline.
Whirly Joe, I have seen you hoard for yourself when you think it will save you.
Very good. And finally, John, what have you seen Thurston do?
Thurston. Such great family, man. Oh, I didn't see it, but I heard it. I heard that time you used less fortunate as bait in the dead of night when you thought everybody was asleep.
Ooh. All right, I didn't hear that. Well, and it sounded epic. Can you repeat that, please?
Yes, I'll do that in a less gravelly Harry Virus game voice. I heard you use the less fortunate for bait in the dead of night.
Okay, alrighty.
So when Thurston believes no one is looking, he is willing to sacrifice others. I see. Very good. Very good.
Not for the less fortunate, it's not.
I see. All right. Well, let's move on. If you'll give me a moment, we will discuss how the game will play and how we will resolve conflicts. I start by grabbing my cheat sheet. So when we start the game is called 10 Candles. And as you can see on our screen, there are 10 candles. As we play, those candles will go out one by one. And when there is only one candle remaining, we will have entered the last stand. This is a time when things will get very, very dangerous. As we play, I will introduce situations, and you will respond to that situation. And then from there, you'll take the lead. And I will interject to call for a conflict or to answer a question or to bring in a new element. If there is a conflict, there will be a dice roll, and the person who is taking the lead in that moment will roll the dice. We start with 10 dice in the communal pool. As long as you get a 6, just one, you have succeeded on that conflict. However, any of those dice that come up ones are removed from the communal dice pool and given to me. And now I have them. On subsequent rolls, I will get to roll my dice pool against yours. Now, if you get a 6, that is a success. However, we will count how many successes you have versus how many I have. That will determine who narrates the success, whether it is me or you. Ones continue to come into my pile. If you fail by not rolling any 6s, I will take narration rights and the candle will go out. And from there, we will deliver a set of truths about the world. You may use your virtue or your vice to re-roll any ones in that pool. If you have your Brink available, you may use your Brink. You may bring it into play to reroll an entire roll. If an opportunity for your moment comes into play and you would like to experience your moment, if you succeed on that roll, you will earn a hope die, which is an extra die above the community pool that is yours and yours alone that succeeds on a 5 or a 6. At this point, I would like you to set your Brink down, and then in any order, place your virtue, vice, and moment on top of it. You will not be able to experience your Brink until you have gone through all of the others. And you cannot get to one below until you have done the one on top. So consider carefully the order you want to place them in. After each candle goes out, we will read off, we will recite a set of truths. This is a means for you to propel the narrative, to change aspects of the situation, to tell the story. There are as many truths that we will tell as there are candles, and whoever is the person who resulted in losing the last candle, that is the person who will start, and then we go around in a circle. I get truths as well, until we have named as many truths as there are candles. The last truth is always, and we are alive. And with that, I will read the scenario. It's been 10 days since the world went dark. 10 days since you've seen the sun, the moon, or the stars. It began with the end of the best of weekends, the last day of the biggest gaming convention of the summer. The exhibition hall had closed on the final afternoon. But in those moments after the last attendees were shuffled out and the vendors began the toil of packing up, the sky darkened. It wasn't clouds or an eclipse, just a dimming of the heavens, progressively darker. It took all of 10 minutes for the sun to disappear, leaving nothing but inky darkness above. The news verified that this was the same worldwide, that from 9:17 to 9:28 Greenwich Mean Time, just after 4 p.m. locally, everything went dark. The panic did not take long to settle in, along with something else. 9 days ago, travel to and from the city ceased. Endless lines of vehicles stretched out on the highways, clogging the arteries of the city. Flights were canceled and the airports went dark. 8 days ago, the media pronounced that all was well, as their expressionless anchors instructed the people to remain in their homes. 7 days ago, the violence began as people started to riot in the streets. 6 days ago, the authority took to restoring order with deadly force. 5 days ago, the media machine went dark as disturbing images appeared on social media platforms. 4 days ago, the power went out, leaving the world in total darkness. 3 days ago, the screams. Oh, the horrible, horrible screams. Came from everywhere, all around, and you hid. You found a place where you could not be found, and you listened to the screams down the street, across the hall, all around you, until 2 days ago it all stopped. The silence lay thick and heavy in the air, your breathing forced, your voices meek. 1 day ago, the light, that silvery light, how you longed for light these past 10 days, but not this wretched, pallorous diffusion, this sickly ambiance that shows you nothing but leaves you feeling exposed. These things are true. The world is dark, and we are alive. You are in the convention center somewhere. The floor belongs to you all now.
All right. So what level in class is everybody? Person says as he with a anime convention sword like up on his shoulder.
He's brandishing that sword, isn't he? God, so pretentious.
I'm afraid the time for game-based jokes has passed.
Oh, does it look like I'm joking to you? And he looks at you with no smile on his face.
Was I mistaken?
You think the fun just disappears and it's not some kind of like video game or alternate reality type thing going on? Of course, it's like game based stuff is happening, like, right? I've seen SAO before.
Can anyone do the speech from Independence Day instead? This is kind of bringing me down.
I mean, go for it, Paxton.
I wasn't going to do it. I don't have the good voice for it. You there, the cosplay one, the one that said that she was Nebula or whatever. You know the Independence Day speech thing?
Thurston, you think if this was a game, we would have, or a dream, we would have woken up by now? It would have broken out of this by now? It's been 10 days.
Amount of days doesn't matter. We have to get to the top of the end level. There's got to be a tower or something around here, right?
We've been over this. It's not a game.
I mean, with that, you kind of get like a glimmer of recognition, but then he like digs his heels in, and you're like, nah, this can't be actually happening. Then
Marigold,
he turns and leaves. It walks out of frame.
Marigold, how are we doing on supplies and food?
We should probably think about scouting out more of the building to find more. We're okay for maybe another day, but we need to find more.
We've hit all the closest pop-up restaurants in the center. Does anybody know of any more within the convention center, maybe on the other end?
Nope, aren't any on the other end.
What are you looking for? Thurston says as he's like digging through some other booth across the aisle.
Food, water.
Maybe medical supplies, just in case.
I want to get my Daredevil stick back. Confiscated it because they said it was a weapon. There's some irony in there, but I'm too downtrodden to figure it out right now.
You said.
finding more weapons amongst what was left behind by the vendors might be helpful. Anything that could be used as one.
Maybe batteries, flashlights, candles, anything like that.
Like a good idea.
Ooh, power banks that are charged that someone might have left behind. We can keep checking our phones then and see if internet is back
Anybody know
up.
how to
Or...
catch? What was that? No, Nebulous. What'd you say your name was?
Kelly.
Kelly. Okay. What you saying?
We need to find a way to get him to come to terms with this.
Okay. There is simply not enough computing power in the universe to run a simulation this complex. In times of stress and trauma, sometimes the brain comes up with a scenario to justify something. And I believe that is what you are experiencing now. There is no tower. There is no tower.
So you telling me that in the world there's no towers that we need to climb?
I mean, there is the Dark Tower, but I don't think we're going to be facing giant spiders.
Okay, I would love to not giant spiders.
Technically,
Giant
alien
spiders.
giant spider. I mean, if you want to get technical about it, the spider was how it manifested itself to the kids. But all things considered, I would say them as I don't know. What do you think? Do you think them as like a spider? Like, is that what it is? Giant undead spider thing? I'm blind. I don't have any frame of reference. That's what I'm envisioning them as.
Oh. Might be a blessing coming up. Like, I don't know.
Back at Marigold and Harry and say, if we're running low on food, there's tons of restaurants across the street. I don't want to leave the convention center, but I don't know that we're going to have a choice if we wait too much longer.
Do you think that we should all go, or should some of us go and bring it back?
My eyes just moved to Thurston and back, like.
Oh, of course I'll go.
Nope. That wasn't
Maybe
what was
you
meant
should
by that look.
stay here. Maybe you should stay here and protect our stuff.
But if you see a middle-aged lady with a like a 12-year-old boy with dreadlocks, you gotta make sure that they get back here if you're not gonna let me go, okay? Although I miss them very much.
If we find anyone, we'll of course bring them back.
I don't care about anyone. I care about Shirley and Junior, okay?
Of course, we'll absolutely bring them back.
You have my word.
Junior loves juice boxes and Captain America stuff. But like if you see like a shield warrior out there, can you grab it for him, and then I'll give it to him when I see him.
Of course. Any particular flavor juice?
Yes, he just loves juice. Like just keep buying. Never mind.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't be choosers, right?
That gives me an idea. Actually, when he said Captain America, and I take out a little pen flashlight and open one of the convention center books, and try to find the aisle that the vendor who sells the weapons and stuff, at the replicas and the katanas and stuff like that, where they're located, and look up in the darkness and try to flash the light on the signs to see what aisle number they would be in, and try to head that way to get some weapons.
Very good. So, Kelly, you having convinced Thurston at least to stay, you begin to head down trying to find one of the stalls where they sold not necessarily foam weapons, probably, but some sort of like costume weaponry. And are Marigold and Mr. Conley going with?
Marigold is for sure.
Okay.
Mr. Connolly will join as well.
All right. So you are traveling to find this. Why don't you go ahead and give us the first roll of the game, Rem Alternus? You have 10 dice in your dice pool. I want you to roll that dice pool. Tell me how many of those are ones, and if you have at least 1 6.
Right. I rolled no ones, and I rolled 4 6s.
Nice.
Very good. So what do you find as you're looking for this weapons stall?
So as we pass through with the little pen light, find another couple promising booths along the way that have bins that might have food or supplies of some sort that might be useful, first aid kits maybe. And as we get to the aisle, we see some grid paneling that's still built up and hasn't been taken down. And the top is all stripped of materials, but as it gets lower, there's some like replica. There's a Captain America shield. There's a Thor's hammer. There's some blades and from various fandoms and shows and games. And the thing I reach for is ice from A Song of Ice and Fire, and pull that off. It's heavier than I expect, but it's definitely a two-handed big weapon, where even if it's not as sharp as I would like it to be, it's heavy and could do some damage with a good baseball swing.
So you don't see anything that jumps out at you on the way to the booth for the other things you were looking for. We would want to have you look for those specifically, but you do find the weapon booth with all of these things that you said you found there. So these things are there. Is anyone else grabbing anything?
I'm going to grab a small blade and put it in my boot in the sheath. And I'm also going to grab a sword.
Mr. Connolly is going to reach for Mjolnir, Thor's hammer, and pick it up, and then awkwardly be like, well, I suppose I'm worthy, and like look back at the other two there, like hoping for a joke in this very tense moment, like a laugh at this dumb thing that he just said.
Yeah.
Marigold will look up kind of surprised that you said it, and then as just kind of a tension release, just kind of like doubled over in laughter.
I'll smile and I'll grab the Captain America's shield for Thurston.
The laughter is an almost alien sound in this space now. There hasn't been much cause for laughter in the recent days. And now that you have these replica weapons, Elizabeth, what is the next move for the group? The three of you.
after we have all of our weapons, we will make our way down to leave the convention center to try to get to some of the restaurants across the street, maybe like a convenience store if there is one, something like that.
As you are moving down the halls towards the exits, the large glass double doors that are that are four sets kind of showing you what's outside. It is dark except this pale light that is just diffused throughout. No discernible source that you can think of. You arrive at the door and slowly push them open, and you can feel the breeze outside just kind of brush past you lazily. And there are no sounds. It's so quiet. Normally in a city, you would hear traffic in the distance. You would hear people rushing by. Just the utter pollution of sound that pervades every part of a city, and none of it is there right now. And it weighs down so heavily upon you. And you step out into the street and you look, and there is, you know from the days of the convention that there are restaurants if you travel down in either direction, but there's also a line of food trucks just extended before these doors down a road that leads right up. And thinking to yourself, perhaps there is some sort of anything that you can get. I would like you to roll the 10 dice that you have as the communal dice pool, and let me know how many ones you get and if you have a 6.
Who's
And
rolling?
that is you, Elizabeth.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
I have 1 and I have 2 6s.
That is a success, and narration goes to you. What do you find? Where do you go?
I go to the food trucks first because they are closer. And I don't really want to go too far away. There is a taco truck that I go to, but at this point, I mean, the meat is bad. But I do find some cans of beans, and then there is a sandwich truck that has some jars of like pickled vegetables that I find. And some of the bread is most, well, it's only been 10 days, so the bread is still mostly good. So I grab the bread, and some peanut butter. I'm just gonna keep going until you tell me to stop.
Well, what do you find? I mean, it's for you.
Yeah, so I find some cans of beans, some peanut butter, some bread, some bottles of water. I find some pickled vegetables, pepperoni, just some preserved meats in the sandwich truck. That's what I find.
Certainly, yeah. Yeah, you absolutely do find all of that. It's quite a handful, actually. Hard to carry just trundled out in your arms, but as you're looking, what are Kelly and Mr. Connolly doing? Just engaged in the search as well?
Mr. Connolly, as this is happening, keeps like nervously like looking up and down the street, having not been outside since the beginning of all this, like making sure that nothing, trying to make sure nothing jumps them, and being a little like overprotective of Marigold as Rebecca's turned.
As you are standing outside the food truck, along with Marigold, who is within, rummaging about, and looking up and down the street, you catch movement right near the front of the truck, and your heart leaps into your throat before you realize that it's the rearview mirror of the food truck, and it caught your reflection, and you breathe a sigh of relief, and just on a lark, move closer to look to see your reflection, and as you're looking, suddenly the image of you within that mirror shifts, changes. Your face is haggard, your eyes are sunken, your teeth are elongated, they are sharp, and it's almost like you reach out towards yourself, and before you can even cry out, that image is gone. It is just you.
I pointedly look away from any reflective surface and say nothing.
It's a lot of stuff that you have, Marigold. It's hard to stack the cans. Also hold the sword that you have. But you do have a nice supply of goodies here. What?
I'm going to pass some of it to Kelly to hold and some of it to Mr. Connolly to hold. Not so much that anybody is overburdened, but enough so that we can each at least swing our weapon if we need to.
Okay.
I'll kind of mouth at her. Are there bags?
Oh, I'll look. I'll go back in there and look for a bag.
Sure. Are there bags? I believe you have 9 dice that you can roll to see how many bags there may be.
Oh.
Can I instead say that I have my messenger bag around my shoulder that I can put stuff in?
I don't know. Did you remember that? That would be 9 dice.
Okay.
Dang.
Just have to give in to the system. This is the system and how it works.
No ones, 1-6.
I don't know. Do you have your messenger bag?
Yes, and I also find another bag inside one of the trucks to hand to Kelly.
Okay.
I'll put it on and stuff it with as much as I can, and make sure that both hands still have sword and baseball bat position.
Okay. While those 3 are out, what's going on inside the convention hall there with Thurston and Whirly Joe?
Are you paying any attention to me, Thurston?
No. Thurston is currently trying to find D4s to set up a caltrop minefield to protect our base.
Then you didn't notice the first thing that happened, which is I disappeared for like 5 minutes, but then you hear the sound of me stacking metal chairs. And the word tower gave me the idea. So I'm currently making, using, like, the convention center has like these hand truck dolly things. And when you start stacking chairs in these like hand truck dolly things, not only are they secure, but they become tall. and they become rather heavy. So once they are stacked, say, in front of a metal door, they create a great barrier / impediment.
I love it. The problem with stacking chairs is that eventually they get tall enough that they start to fall over, that you lose stability. And you're trying to stack enough chairs that you can hold a door. Go ahead and give me a dice roll. 9 dice. Let me know how many of those are ones.
No 1s, but no 6s.
As you are attempting to stack up these chairs and push them towards a door, you hear from down the hallway, far, far down, a loud wailing, as if a person is just absolutely mourning the loss of all hope, and it echoes and reverberates throughout the hallway and into the convention hall itself, causing you to stumble, and the chairs just cascade all along the floor in a loud crash as one of our candles goes out.
No.
And what we will do at this moment is take a quick sponsored break.
Yeah, so while my heart is pounding a mile a minute here, let me tell you about these dice you can get. Just today, you can enter to win for free by typing in hashtag RemPC into the chat. They are Norse Foundry's dice, and they are the Gnomish copper set. And they are super pretty and heavy and durable and awesome. So hashtag RemPC to enter for free to win. Also, this is such a great value, such a great prize that if you want bonus entries to win, you can go to remalternus.com/Nuyen to get bonus entries. For every $5 you spend, you get an extra chance to win. Or you can go to our Patreon at patreon.com/remalternus. And for $2 a month, so way better value than a one-time $5 thing. It's $2 a month. Every single one of our streams gets you a bonus entry to win. And we give prizes away every single week. So you can sign up right now. Don't forget to send us a message with your Twitch handle or include it with your pledge on remalternus.com/Nuyen to get so that we know who you are and who to give a bonus entry to. And also our top donors through the Nuyen channel can enter in anything they want, a fun message or a pun. It usually is for one of the cast members to read at the end of the show. So cool stuff, cool ways to get involved and support us. We use all the proceeds to pay our cast and crew and to cover the cost of production. So thank you guys so much, and we'll be back in 5 minutes.
In the land revealed beyond the shroud, they came in search of answers. Drum had always known her place, but Imari never found hers. Which stories rest in this arcane book? What tales can be spun? Who covets its mystic pages? And to what lengths will they go? Perhaps a myth-keeper will weave together these tales in an age to come. But we have an opportune luxury, my friend. For we can see this magnificent performance with our own eyes. Just have your tickets ready. Cottlesworth's Clockwork Circus, Issue 2. It's time to start the show.
What a spell! Spell!
Spells.
Spell! She says spell like 92 times.
You gotta feel it.
Spell! 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 Spell!
Oh, what the heck?
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
Welcome back. What happens now is we're going to go around the horn here. We're going to start with John, and then we're going to go to the right, so then it'll go to Chris. And what you will do is you'll have an opportunity to state a truth, something that is true. This could be something as simple as you find water. This could be something like with the three that are outside, a truth could be you all make it back in to the convention hall, the vendors hall safely. It could be a truth could be moving you to an entire different location. But it is a single truth for each person. And we will go around until we have stated 8 truths, because the final truth is always that we are alive. So, John, what is true?
Does the truth have to be good or bad?
It is true that
It is true that when the chairs collapsed, I stepped way back to hide.
Okay. Chris,
It is true that reflections are indeed dangerous.
Elizabeth,
It is true that I notice a flashing, what looks to be like somebody flashing a flashlight on and off across the street in the window.
Rem,
It is true that there is a shovel sticking out of the ground near a tree near the food trucks.
it is true that this tree is very close to a service entrance of the building.
Of the convention center?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It is true that we find one another again.
Okay. John?
It is true that while stumbling backwards in an attempt to hide, I stumble over a autograph photo of Bill Paxton from one of the leftover vendor things.
Chris?
I think I wrote Chris.
It is true that Thurston found a hoard of metal Norse Foundry D4s to use
The
as
Norse Foundry
counter-
booth. All the D4s. That is true.
Only picked those out of everything.
And
D4s.
the final truth is that if everyone could repeat, we are alive.
We are alive.
We are.
Live.
We should have practiced that.
Oh, by the end of the night, we'll get this down pat.
Truth was, we should have practiced that.
You've got all these D4s, and as you're starting to lay out your minefield, you hear this crashing sound, Thurston.
All right? Gotta keep it down, otherwise they're gonna fight you. He says as he starts making his way towards the loud noise.
That wasn't me. That was not me.
That's even more terrifying than it being you. So if it's not you, then who is it?
It could be you. You could have collapsed into insanity.
I am obviously the most sane person here. You guys don't even think that you guys think that this is real? This can't be real.
I mean, people have been telling me lights have been going off, but I've never seen light. So it doesn't make a difference to me. It's the lack of noise that's the problem.
Gotcha. So you want us to be all loud?
How does the old saying go? Expect the unexpected. I think you should be very loud.
Okay, all right. Ladies!
As you start shouting, I'm actually like running for the bathroom at the other end of the hall as you start shouting.
This is when we bump into each other?
Uh,
Or this is when you bump into the rest? I believe one of her
Yes.
This is when we found each other.
As the three of you enter, you do walk in to see Whirly Joe running down between two of the aisles. Sounds like Thurston is yelling at him. You're spooked by the flashlight that you saw outside, but you did make it back in to make sure that you reconvene with the others. But this is the scene that you enter upon.
Well, welcome back. You guys find what you're looking for?
We have obtained food, yes.
He looks very excited when you say food.
Didn't find any juice boxes. I'm sorry.
It's all right. Hey, you did your best, right?
We did.
I give the I unsling the Captain America shield and hand it to Thurston, but kind of hold tight onto it while he takes it and says, "Please don't scream anymore."
I mean, like I thought we should be quiet, but he was saying he points over his shoulder to where they go. Like we should expect the unexpected. Is it like I'm insane or something? But it's got to be crazy, right?
sounds like something an insane person would say. I don't remember that conversation happening.
He just kind of like looks at you quizzically, and then he remembers that you can't see his face. He's like, oh, what are you talking about?
I was trying to build a barrier. You're the one that started yelling. Sounds to me like what is it? The darkness. It's dark in here, right? I can't see because I'm blind. It's the darkness is it sounds like it's getting to you. Good sir.
Oh, it was you. You just lied to me. I asked you who made this noise, and you were saying you thought it was me.
I did think it was you.
Let's just everyone try to be quiet. Everyone.
Oh, okay.
This noise is not ideal.
Remember, no screaming because that beefs them up.
As you are discussing this, unbeknownst to those of you who were outside, there are sections of the ground that are strewn with four-sided die, metal four-sided die. And I would like Mr. Connolly to make a dice roll as you enter into one of these areas unwittingly. It is 9 dice in the communal dice pool.
Okay. I have rolled 1 1 and 2 6s.
Describe as you are walking and notice these dice all scattered about the floor. Describe what you see and your reaction.
Would this be an appropriate time for me to use the top of my 4 cards to prevent you from getting the 1?
You could re-roll that 1 if you wanted. Yes.
I would like to do that.
So what is the virtue or vice you are using?
I'm using the vice scrawny/thin.
Okay, and how does it relate to this? Well, when you narrate, please make it so that it relates. Yes. Go ahead and re-roll that die, though.
I have re-rolled for an additional 6.
Very good.
So as I am sort of backing up a little nervous at all of the shouting and conflict, I am not looking behind me at the extremely sharp D4s. And I stumble back into a chair and step backwards. And one of the D4s spikes through one of my shoes. But they are slightly too big because I have scrawny little feet, and it just pokes through the rubbery part of the shoe. And he starts like walking backwards with the little like metal dice in the shoe, making this like obnoxious tapping noise and like trying to get it out.
Yeah. There's Mr. Connolly trying to like simultaneously walk and pull dice out of his shoe. It's somewhat comical, and before
You gotta watch your feet. Sorry.
Put these here.
Me. See, it works. Slowed you right down, didn't it?
did
Argue with my logic.
A little bit of warning would have been extremely helpful.
And that was on me. My apologies. Over there's some caltrops.
Thank you.
He
as you're
actually makes
discussing this,
caltrop.
you can you hear a loud crash or banging sound from outside of the convention hall that you're in. It echoes and reverberates throughout.
I'm gonna move to like our protected fort that we've been trying to assemble since we've been here, so that if anything comes in, we're well hidden, and can only come in from one way. But I'm gonna go ahead and head in there and hold my sword.
The rest of you?
Thurston is going to draw his sword, and then he is going to ask, like, you guys running anybody out there?
Nope, nothing unusual or out of the ordinary whatsoever.
That sounds like truth.
Marigold is going to try to get you a window to just kind of peek to see if she's.
Okay. Like, so the doors that lead to the halls, those have like the little window slots kind of in the center of them. So you're attempting to look through. Anybody else doing anything?
I'm still on the trajectory of heading back to that bathroom that I was moving toward.
Okay.
Because it's actually past the like weird fort thing. But I can lock myself in.
Okay. As you are looking out the window, you do see, like you're looking out, and of course, directly ahead is just the other side of the hall. So you're kind of having to angle to kind of see as far down as you can. And you do feel like you can see far down on the right-hand side, there's some movement. It looks like someone perhaps is furtively moving through the hallway, quickly moving from like pillar to counter, counter to chair, chair to plant, and making their way in your direction.
Inside the actual building?
Inside the building,
Okay.
outside of the convention hall itself, in the hallway outside.
Okay. I would like to quietly go back to our little safety net fort that we have, and
Very good.
there's somebody in here.
I do wonder how quietly you make it back.
Oh,
If you could go ahead and
No.
roll for me 9 dice.
no. Okay.
What'd you do?
I had no sixes and two ones.
And
Can
with that,
I burn a card to re-roll them?
you can re-roll ones. Are there ones?
Yeah, I have 2 ones.
You can burn. So what is the card you're going to burn?
Resourceful?
Resourceful. Very well. So re-roll those 2 ones.
What'd you do?
Got a 1.
Oh my god.
As you are attempting to move back, you trip over a chair that's just been haphazardly left on the floor here, along with several, and fall backwards, clattering into several more. As you spin, your bag drops, and at least 1 or 2 of the cans of food that you had already collected start rolling down the hallway, and you think to yourself, "I've got to grab those," and you crawl to grab, and you grab the first one, and as you're about to go to the next one, you hear a voice behind you. "Oh, well, what do we have here?" And you turn to see a man holding some sort of long barrel firearm pointed directly at you. And behind him are another older man, like 60s or even older, maybe, and a woman, perhaps in her 40s. And they have you at their mercy right at this moment. So we are down to 8 candles.
Oh no.
These things are true. The world is dark. Elizabeth.
If I can say this, but I'm going to try really hard. It is true. They step on the D4s and get distracted so I can get away.
Okay. So it is true that you escape from them in this moment. Rem.
It is true. Yeah. I'm stressed out. It is true that there is a large fixture hanging from the ceiling above the group of them.
Very good. There's a fixture hanging above this group of people. It is true that there appears to be someone else moving in the hall as well, flanking around them.
It is true that as he glances towards reflective surfaces, Mr. Connolly sees the reflection of this person moving.
John?
It is true that Orly Joe knows exactly where his hoard of goods are at any particular moment in time.
Sure. Chris?
It is true that it is true that Thurston is injured, chasing off one of the intruders.
And Elizabeth? You have another truth.
It is true that that we are all able to duck down and hide from people.
Very good. And then the final truth is that we are alive.
We are.
We are
We're
alive.
alive.
Very good. That was almost.
That was almost not in sync at all. That's what it was.
Whirly Joe, you have made it into the bathroom and have closed the door, knowing that there are those outside. The Marigold had escaped and is hiding. The others are ducked down. Mr. Connolly, you saw a reflection of someone moving. You're not sure exactly who it is, but you have an idea of where you think they are. And Thurston manages to rush out as these intruders are stumbling over some of the dice that he had scattered out, and manages to tackle one of them to the ground, and the other two run from the building, from the room back out the door that they had come in. And Thurston, you have this one man, the man that had the gun, as he pulls as you hear the click of the empty chamber. It wasn't loaded, and he tries to fight you off because you are on top of him trying to get control, and he is trying to shove you off. I need you right now to go ahead and roll 8 dice.
Got 3 6s, 1 1.
Very good. Tell us what happens here.
So as we're wrestling over the gun, like, get out of here, you whippersnapper! Get out of here! And he's young and energetic, and he kind of gets one over on me, and then sweeps me and ends up on top, and he pistol whips me a couple times before the combined efforts of Mr. Conley and the ladies, like kick him off me as they like drag me to hide.
Okay. And so you are able to wrestle him off, but then you use the advantage you gain to run and hide. So you do so. You hear some cursing. You hear the door open and shut as he leaves. You're not sure if they're gone for good or what. Mr. Connolly, you have not seen or heard this other person that you're sure you saw. You haven't heard anything that indicates that they have exited. And Whirly Joe, you are in the bathroom.
Yeah. So I have taken the liberty of converting the handicap stall on the far end, close to the janitor's closet, into a castle of Twinkies. They had a deep fried Twinkie stand in one of the last places that I was at, and I am currently inhaling a Twinkie and having a mini panic attack, and I have essentially barricaded myself in with the junk food.
As you are eating one of these Twinkies, the wrappers kind of at the floor at your feet, you'll pick them up, later. You hear something shift in the bathroom with you. And the crinkling of the wrappers is distracting, and you're not sure if that's someone in there with you or if it's just the sound of your own movement. And you stop and you hear this tap, tap, tap as someone is slowly walking to the stall that you occupy.
I leap out of the stall and go full zombie. I start growling and pretending I'm insane, and every single direction I turn, I just growl I'm in a like Day of the Dead mixed with Romero zombies. I am this inhuman thing, and I just want them to go whatever they are.
Certainly. Go ahead and roll the community dice pool, the 8 dice, but I believe I have one of those. So 7 dice.
Oh, 7 dice. Okay, that's not alarming at all. That's fine. Everything is fine. Okay. One and 1 6.
Very good. So what happens here? You spin around. You're trying to scare whatever. Do you feel successful? What?
I always feel successful. I've watched every zombie movie ever made, including that one where they were vegans in Florida and they become zombies because of zombie wine. So I know how to impersonate a zombie, and if not, it's probably a very unsettling display to see a blind person essentially turn into like a feral being.
Yeah.
Or a faux feral being.
Yeah, that's true. And you're very certain that it worked because you don't hear anything anymore. They must have run out of the bathroom while you were making all that noise, because you didn't hear them leave, but you were making so much noise as well. And you all outside can hear the noise that Whirly Joe is making in this bathroom down the way as he's growling and snarling. But Mr. Connolly, you are swinging around searching for this person that you saw. You know that there's got to be someone else in here. What's happening with that?
I know my way around a triangle, so I can figure out what line of sight, as I'm looking at the mirror, the person should have been on. So I'm going to break off from the group and try to walk this exact line and see if I can find any glimpse of the person or evidence that they have been here, convinced that I am protecting the group by going out alone.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and roll for me 6 dice?
6. That is 3 6s and 1 1.
Very good. So as you round this corner, what does Mr. Connolly find?
Around this corner, he sees a trail of leaking milk because they and concludes that the figure that he saw had taken one of the milk cartons from one of the cafes in the convention center and is trying to run off with it.
Probable. These other folks. The rest of you, what are you doing at this point? You're hiding. You hear Whirly Joe in the bathroom just making all sorts of noise.
I'm gonna go check on him.
Okay.
With my sword.
You have your sword. And as you push the door open, Whirly Joe, you are at the end of this tirade. You've spent your energy. You're sure that they have left. And what does Kelly see when she opens this door?
You see Whirly Joe flush to the handicap stall and doing like that last like growl, but it's like if Garfield was trying to be a zombie. And Joe asks, friend or foe, still trying to be snarly.
It's Kelly.
Kelly. Oh yes, the cosplayer Kelly, the Nebula girl. Yes. Okay.
Yeah. Are you all right?
No one else in here. Just you. Right?
And you.
And me. Yes, obviously me. I've seen a lot of zombie movies. I figured whoever like bolted in here, if they thought it was a zombie, maybe they'd. Yeah. Okay. So we're good. Good. We're good. Let's get out of the bathroom. Let's leave the bathroom.
Without looking directly at it, can I kind of like side look to see if I notice if this is one of the mirrors we would have covered, or if.
Why don't you go ahead and roll 5 dice for me?
5?
I don't like that.
5.
I don't like that. Why is it 5? It was 6 a second ago. What's happening? I don't like that.
Sorry, that's my fault.
Oh. No successes and 1-1. So I'd like to re-roll my 1.
What is on top of your deck?
Impeded. My vice.
Go ahead and re-roll that 1.
Okay.
Even spirit gum expires like after 10 days. There's nothing left on your face.
Rolled another 1.
And with that, a candle goes out. We're down to 7 candles. You try to look, but there's just enough of the remnants of your cosplay that it's in your way, so you have to look fully. And the mirror has been covered, except one corner of where you've covered it, where you taped it up, has come loose, and the corner's folded down, revealing the mirror there. It's just a mirror, but for just a moment, as Whirly Joe approaches, the reflection in the mirror, oh my, you swear it's just a fraction of a moment lagging behind Whirly Joe's movement.
I take Whirly Joe's hand and clamp my mouth shut so I don't shout, and pull him out the door and back into the convention hall.
Okay.
And smell nice.
There are 7 truths. These things we know are true. The world is dark. Rem, Alternus, what is a truth?
Truth is that we hear a pop and a pipe has burst in that bathroom, so there is access to running water.
A pipe has burst and water is now leaking out into that bathroom. Very good. Water from that pipe is running out from under the door. And very faintly, you can see your reflection in the pool of water as it moves out. Mr. Connolly,
Yes.
a truth.
A truth is that I cannot spot this figure no matter how hard I try.
They've evaded your sight. Whirly Joe, give us a truth.
In my haste to be a zombie, the truth is I accidentally grabbed my emergency can opener. So I now am holding on to a can opener as a weapon.
Okay, we have a can opener. Chris, what's a truth?
You're muted, bud.
That's a truth. It's true that you're muted.
It's true.
It's true. It is true that Kristen has a couple of concussions and is even less stable now than he was before.
Okay. And Elizabeth, what is a truth?
It is true that the people that were just in here threatening us are all gone. They have all left.
They've all left, leaving you alone. And the final truth is that we are alive.
We are alive.
And wet.
And wet as the water is pouring under the floor here.
How many candles are we at?
Well, we have 7, plenty of candles.
I make a joke and I go, hey, maybe we can build an ark. Because I don't know the extent of the water, but I'm feeling water on my feet. So, or I'm hearing water. I guess it's not that.
The water, as you are stepping in it and it creates ripples, cause your reflections to move. But oh my God, Kelly, your reflection looks at you dead in the eyes and just this grin, this evil grin, like it wants to come out and take you. But then that's gone, and it's just the rippling of the water as you step in the puddle.
Why did you want to be Nebula?
She was cool and a fighter, and her cosplay's complicated, and why does it matter?
Just making conversation because you're hurting my hand with all the gripping. But yeah.
Oh, sorry. I think I'd like to go back into the fort for a little bit and hide.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Hiding is good. Hiding is safe.
you turn to walk towards the fort, and as you do so, you leave the water, the spreading puddle of water, your wet footsteps trailing back to where it was. Elizabeth, you've been hiding in here. Those people, they were the first people you saw. You're only in here with Thurston, and Thurston is going back to this place of fantasy, of agency that he is just sorely lacking in the real world. What's happening there?
I think I get it. Reflections are portal to the real world. We need to find the reflections and walk through the portal, and then we can get out of this hellhole.
Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be that easy, Thurston. I don't think there's going to be a magical portal that's going to take us anywhere. I think we're stuck here.
Forever?
Yes.
Can people come in here, though?
Hopefully not.
About my family.
Well, okay, if your family comes in, obviously we'll let them in, but no more people with guns, no more people trying to take things from us. We have very little as it is. I think this is it.
Is it? I don't know, my head hurt. Do we have any, like, ibuprofen or Motrin or something? My head is killing me.
I want to reach in my bag and pull out like a little travel size ibuprofen bottle. And shake out.
Absolutely, you're gonna reach in and pull out that travel size. But I mean, have you used it all up yet? It's just travel size, right? Let's get 7 dice on that roll.
7?
7. Back up to 7.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't question it.
Okay.
No ones and 1 6.
Okay. Yeah, there's some Motrin in there. How much Motrin's in there?
It's about half full. I bought it
Okay.
right before I came to the convention. So I'm going to shake out a couple and hand it to Thurston. And I'm also going to grab one of the bottles of water that we found in the food truck and hand it to him.
Absolutely. Mr. Connolly, you are walking around and you've decided that you've lost this person, but then as you turn a corner, you see someone at the far end of the aisle. They are crouched down behind a table, looking. You don't think they're looking at you. You think they're looking around the side. Perhaps you can sneak up on them or evade their view. What are you thinking?
Are they looking in the direction of the hall where the fort is?
No, they seem to be there. It's at the end, so they would be looking in the direction of the bathroom that you think Whirly Joe was in.
Do they have any like weapons or anything useful on them?
You don't notice. It doesn't appear like it's hard to tell. They're crouched low. You feel like they have like a baseball cap on, and they're looking around the side. But other than that, just a sort of a slender individual, just kind of hunkered over, just like peering around, just away from you, though.
I am going to grip Mjolnir tightly and try to sneak around like a column or a post or something so I can see this person's face to see if I recognize them.
Okay, so you're trying to sneak up on them. Go ahead and roll for me 7 dice.
I have 3 1s and 1 6.
Okay, it's fine. I mean, how good do you get the drop on them? You won narration rights.
I'm able to sneak around, and I don't quite, maybe like the cap is covering their face fully, and I'm able to get close enough to where like I'm holding the hammer quite close to their head, and they don't realize that I am there.
Okay. And there you are. I mean, you've got the drop on this person, 100%.
I am going to hit them.
Okay. Go ahead and roll for me 4 dice.
No 6s, no 1s.
As we blow out another candle, leaving us with 6 candles. These things we know are true. The world is dark. Jacqueline, what is the first truth?
The first truth is that this figure has my face.
It does have your face as it turns in that moment as you hesitate before just braining somebody with this hammer. You hesitate and they turn and stand, and they do have your face. It's your red hat that is on their head. It is your glasses that they wear cracked down the middle on both sides. That is true. John, what is the truth?
The truth is, I hear it a second before everyone else does. Sound of an emergency tornado siren.
And with that, just moments before anyone else hears it, the klaxons outside start to wail. Chris, what is the truth?
The claxons exacerbate my head injury, and I am now suffering from vertigo. And I'm
You are
very
suffering.
dizzy.
You are suffering from vertigo. Elizabeth,
It is true that right before the emergency warning siren went off, I heard something scream outside.
scream outside. And for Kelly, what is a truth?
If you have an evil reflection in this world and you get hurt, your reflection gets stronger.
Mm. And with the final truth, it is true that as Mr. Connolly looks with horror at the figure in front of him, that figure, that thing that is him, but is at the same time not him, the eyes are just black all the way through. The teeth are sharpened into points. The nails on the fingers, as he grasps out, are cracked and yellowed. He does manage to take the hammer from your grip, and now he possesses it. And we are alive.
We're alive.
We
We're
are
alive.
alive.
We're alive.
This sound is ringing and reverberating in your head. Thurston, it's clawing at your brain.
I I need like he drops the open water bottle, and it water spills all over the floor in front of his feet. And he kind of grabs his head as his ears are ringing, and he opens his eyes and sees his reflection in the water.
He sees his reflection in the water. Thurston is freaking out, Marigold. What do you do? What do you do here?
When he drops the water and kind of grabs his head, I run over. Thurston, are you okay? Here, lie down, and I try to kind of get him to lie down.
As she's trying to get me to lie down, get Thurston to lie down, he obliges a little too much, and he just kind of like dead weights her as she tries to get him down to the floor.
Okay. Elizabeth, give me a roll. 6 dice to avoid falling as you're trying to help Thurston lie down. He just grabs hold and falls back.
No failures and 1 success.
How do you get him comfortably down? What happens here?
As he just kind of dead weights, I stumble a little, surprised at just him like falling out. But I recover, and I'm able to kind of guide him to the ground so he doesn't hurt himself. And I find some t-shirts that were at one of the booths, and I kind of ball them up to put under his head as like a pillow. And I just kind of like smack his face slightly to try to get his attention and see if I can help him in any way.
Thank you, Kelly.
Marigold, but you're welcome. Are you okay? What happened?
Yeah, you're right. Thanks, Marigold. I'm fine.
As he is saying that he's fine, you feel his hand clutching your elbow.
Are you sure? You're gripping kind of tight there, buddy.
Oh, except Thurston, you're not.
I'm not. What are you talking about?
Your hand is on my elbow. You're gripping me tightly, right?
You turn, both of you, at the same time to look. And there's the puddle of water. And out of that puddle of water is a hand reaching forth and grabbing your elbow, just holding from this puddle. It is reaching out.
Are you seeing that? Please tell me you're seeing that.
He is going to start freaking out, and he is going to, while he's on his back, he's going to start kicking at the reflection, grabbing at Marigold.
Let me get 6 dice from you.
That foul demon! He says, player. Okay, guys, I rolled 2 1s and then 2 6s. So success, but he has more dice. Thurston starts kicking at the reflection, and his foot phases through his face, and he just doesn't feel like any connection when his foot makes contact, but the the reflection kind of laughs and then like dissipates.
What was that?
Looks like me, but it couldn't be me because I'm me, right? You see me, right? Right?
Yes. I I I don't know anymore. And she kind of like pats your face to like make sure that you're real. And she like just kind of holds her elbow and I don't what hap- how did that happen?
I'm telling you, the reflections are a portal to an alternate reality. You gotta believe me. You believe me now, right?
I think so. Yeah, actually, I do.
You hear this panicked sort of squabbling coming from inside of this little strange fort that you made out of tables and cloth and boxes as you arrive pulling Whirly Joe towards it. Kelly, the two of you are just about back at the place that you have called shelter, the place that has been your refuge for these past several days, and you can hear them inside, panicked.
Are you okay?
No, no, we're not. We are not okay. And I'm taking some of the t-shirts that were under Thurston's head and I'm putting them on top of the water on the ground.
She does that, his head slams into the floor. She's kind of like, oh,
Sorry. I'm sorry, Thurston. I'm sorry.
it's okay. You gotta do what you gotta do. And he's gonna start like trying to roll up, like and make himself useful.
Are you-
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna ask if you guys were okay. Nothing important. Go ahead.
I'm not. I mean, I'm with Kelly in that I'm not far. But the second those tornado siren klaxons went off, I slowed down significantly to the point where I'm actually not in the fort. I'm standing outside of it, and in so much as a blind person and look around, I am looking around and I am dead silent.
Is it Tuesday?
Oh no.
You realize
Sirens. Sorry.
that as the sirens are going, that Mr. Connolly is not back with you, and they're over down at the other end of the aisle, holding the hammer, not menacingly, not threateningly yet. What is self? I am you. Aren't I? And with that, raises the hammer up as if to strike at you, Mr. Connolly. Go ahead and roll for me 4 dice.
One, and 0 6s.
Are you able, do you think, to re-roll that one? Do you have your...
I think the moment at the top of the cards is I will find hope if I can save a student from harm.
I see. Your moment is what's next. Very good. With that, we blow out the 5th candle, leaving us with 5 candles. These things are true. It is dark. Jacqueline, what is the truth here?
The doppelganger is stopped.
John.
Truth is, I start walking forward.
Okay. Chris.
Nebula, it is true that Kelly defeats the doppelganger.
It is true that what?
Kelly defeats this doppelganger.
Okay. Elizabeth.
It is true that I have a weird imprint on my elbow from where Not Thurston grabbed me.
And Kelly.
It is true that the water has crossed a wire and sparks are flying now from near the bathroom.
There's an electrical hazard in this area. It is unsafe to stay. As the hammer was about to hit, Whirly Joe was able to start just wandering and moving in this direction because Kelly had stopped paying attention to him, had stopped paying attention to what Marigold was saying because she saw at the far end 2 figures standing, both red caps, and went and saw that this figure that was almost Mr. Conley but was not raised the hammer to strike and was able to push the doppelganger away, saving Mr. Connolly. And the doppelganger fell into the water, and there was a crash of sparks and electricity as these wires came crashing down, and you shielded your eyes, and when you looked back, all you saw in this wide puddle is the hammer. There is nobody there. But also you know that hammer is irretrievable. The wires are still just sitting in the water, and after that initial crash, you know that there's just a current running through this water, and the water is still spreading, and you know you have to leave.
I'm not wandering.
There's one more truth. The truth is,
And that truth is
that we need a break.
very good. Let us take that break.
There's another truth. The truth is that you can win a Norse Foundry dice set. To do that, type #RemPC in the chat right now. We are halfway through our stream tonight, if not a little more. So only a little time left to submit for the drawing. So #RemPC for your free entry to win this Gnomish Copper dice set, which is gorgeous, from Norse Foundry, who does amazing dice. And you can also get bonus ways to win by going to remalternus.com/newyen. And what that does is for every $5, you get an extra entry to win the dice set. And our highest donor of the night can have a message that you type when you donate read aloud by the cast at the end of the show. You can also enter to win additional entries by joining our Patreon for as low as $2 a month. For $2, you get an extra entry every single stream. That's every single week, instead of just a one-time thing. And from there, the $5 tier level, you get 2 entries a week, and so on up the chain. So good deal.
Hey, Sarah, how do you spell Nuyen for people that are new to the stream that may not organically know how the Shadowrun currency is spelled?
It's in our chat right now, and it is Rem Alternus, REMALTERNIS.com/Nuyen, Uyen. Thank you for asking, though. So please enter to win, #RunPC. Go to the places, donate the things. All money raised, by the way, goes to funding the production and paying our cast and crew. So please.
And not the reflections of our cast and crew, the actual cast and crew.
Yeah, do not feed the doppelgangers, please. So, but we'll be back in 10 minutes because this is our halfway through break. So thank you all for joining us.
See you in 10.
Hey Rem PCs, it's me Rem, and I play Shayloon on Like Clockwork every Sunday at 7 p.m. Central on twitch.tv/masterofrem. If you are anything like me, I get very excited to know everything about my character's life and backstory. But have you ever thought about how they smell? I hadn't until I found Pure Alchemy soaps. And I have with me today my very own box of Shayloon. So let's check it out together. I've got my very own Shayloon Ayun little tag here in pretty handwriting. That's so nice. Now, Shayloon is a lawful good. Ooh, it's minty. Gnome. There it is. Ooh, like maybe a little floral, a little rosy. And the last is she's a wizard. Harry. Oh, that's nice. It's got like a more spicy, like a patchouli. So let's give a whiff all together of what makes up a Shayloon. So lawful good, gnome, wizard. Oh, that's really nice. These are handmade and custom to your favorite character. And when you become as obsessed as I am, you can also get liquid soap potions of haste, health, and mana, or potions of prevent disease, or what muggles call hand sanitizer. Seriously, go check them out at purealchemysoaps.etsy.com and start loading your coin pouch because they have a new gelatinous cube soap Kickstarter coming soon. Don't miss it.
What a spell! Spell! She says spell like 92 times.
You gotta feel it.
Spell, 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 spell,
I know what to say.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
In the land revealed beyond the shroud, they came in search of answers. Drum had always known her place, but Imari never found hers. Which stories rest in this arcane book? What tales can be spun? Who covets its mystic pages? And to what lengths will they go? Perhaps a myth-keeper will weave together these tales in an age to come. But we have an opportune luxury, my friend. For we can see this magnificent performance with our own eyes. Just have your tickets ready. Cottlesworth's Clockwork Circus, Issue 2. It's time to start the show.
We are back. Five candles remain. You know that you have to exit the hall. The water is spreading. Or you have to do something. Something has to be done. The wail of the siren outside, the sounds of people, perhaps, and Thurston, your head is just spinning and spinning and spinning. What are we doing? What is Whirly Joe doing?
So I am not wandering as I'm walking away. I want that to be very clear. It's not a fast walking because I am blind, so I'm likely to potentially nudge into something, but I'm not Daredevil, but I've been blind for a while, so this siren has unlocked like a deep core memory inside of me of my father, and even over the siren, you can hear me start to yell, "I'm here and I'm listening." Like I'm just yelling as if I'm trying to talk to a tornado in the distance.
As you arrive back at the shelter, Kelly and Harry, Mr. Connolly, you hear Whirly Joe yelling out. Not immediately visible, but yelling out. What do you do?
Quiet.
I do not think he's going to listen to you.
We need to get out of the vendor hall. We need to maybe find a conference room upstairs we can lock ourselves into, grab the food, and let's go.
You hear this. You hear them whispering very harshly and loudly. Marigold outside. What?
She's still kind of holding her elbow. It doesn't hurt, but she's really freaked out that there's like this imprint, this handprint on her elbow. I'm gonna look at Thurston. Are you okay for a moment? I'm just gonna poke my head out, but do you need me for anything?
You do what you got to do. And he kind of like short circuits for a second, and he's like, "I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
You sure?
Just go."
I'm not going far though. I'm just gonna poke my head out. I'll be right here if you need me.
All right.
And then I'm gonna get up and poke my head out to see what is going on with Marigold and Mr. Connolly.
With Kelly?
Okay? Yeah, sorry. With Kelly and Mr. Connolly.
The water with the reflection and the sparks with the wires, we got to get out of here. It's not safe here anymore. We have to find a new place.
Let's collect the food. Can Thurston move in there?
I don't know. I don't know. But we can try. And I go back in. Thurston, we need to move. We need to go upstairs maybe. Can you walk? Are you okay?
When you come in, you see Thurston looking at the reflections in the water, and then like the sparks and whatnot, and he's like, "We need power, and we need to feed power into the reflections." then we can go through the portal. He says. He says to you, Marigold, and he kind of like walks over to you and he starts to like grabs your shoulders. He's like, you get it, right?
Kind of, yes. But we need to get somewhere safe first. And I'm gonna peek back out to Kelly and Mr. Connolly. Thurston had kind of an interesting idea. What if we feed more electricity into the water reflections? Maybe it will hurt the reflection, the things in the reflection.
We need to stand in the reflection as we do it. He says emphatically.
I don't agree with that, but maybe as a last resort, we could hurt whatever's in the reflection.
I'm not opposed to trying something, but we have to find a safe place first, and then we can try that.
Agreed.
All right, let's move upstairs. Whirly Joe, I swear, if you don't stop yelling, you are not coming with us.
Agreed.
I don't know how far I've gotten, but upon hearing that, I whip my head around and I go, I'm not going with you. And I turn back around and I start shouting at the darkness again. Basically, not goading it, but like something about this tornado siren has like flipped the switch in me. And I'm like in my head, it's like a showdown thing that's happening with all the like I lost my Twinkie stash. Everyone's complaining about the darkness. I can't go home. I can't do my podcast. No, I'm just shouting at the darkness essentially.
You are shouting as you move towards the edge of the vendor hall. The skylight sort of above you, the darkness that is ever present outside, and you see lights flicker and flash across, and you are shouting, and then you realize that you see lights flicker and flash across, and there's a shape, a face, and it is rushing towards you so fast.
I'm afraid of you. You're a light bulb. That's all you are.
And then all of you see the skylight just shatter as it rains glass down upon Whirly Joe. Give me a dice check, 5 dice.
No ones, but no sixes.
Something falls through the skylight. It didn't just shatter on its own. Something crashes through it. It's big. It's dark. It sucks in the ambient silvery light, that death light that is just permeating everything. It draws it in. It's like a black hole of darkness that crashes down onto Whirly Joe. These things are true. The world is dark. Whirly Joe, give me a truth.
The truth is, I'm giving them enough time to get away.
Thurston, tell me something that is true.
It's true that it is impossible for you to overcome your own doppelganger.
And from Elizabeth, let us get a truth.
It is true that the rest of us, all make it upstairs safely.
And we are alive. There are 4 candles remaining.
We are alive.
We are alive.
Alive.
We're getting worse at this.
I don't know if
think
I'm
it's
even supposed to
actually
say
better.
it at this point.
Whirly Joe, what are your last moments as the darkness descends upon you?
I think about
What are
two
they
things.
like?
I think about my father. And I think about him lying in a hospital bed, wasting away. And I think about that I was not there as he was wasting away and that I should have been. Think about how much of a coward I was, how much I hid. But I think about the one good thing I can do, one bit of hope I can bring to the world. I think about the best death scene in movie history. And as I am, I guess, devoured by these giant sharp teeth, I look it square in the eye with my eyes that don't see, and I yell out so everyone in the immediate vicinity can hear, "You shall not pass!" And that's my last moment.
Thank you, John, for joining us tonight. Whirly Joe has passed on and has nothing more to worry about. As the rest of you escape upstairs, using the time that he bought for you. You are running to the stairwell, and you get upstairs, and there's movement on either side as you realize that the railings of the stairs are inlaid with glass panels running up the stairs, trying to outrun your reflections in the glass. You find a door. Who opens that door?
Thurston will stumble through the door.
Thurston, I need you to roll for me 4 dice.
One, 6, 2 1s.
Oh.
Would you like to use either a virtue or a vice to re-roll those ones?
Yes, I am belligerently. Oh yeah, I will roll these 2 1s. Reroll these 2 1s.
Okay.
A belligerent is my vice, and it's the first one on my list. Got rid of the ones. I have a 5 and a 4 now.
Very good. You still have 4 dice in your pool. What do you find on the other side of this door? This is all you?
Thurston begins going through the door, and Marigold, who's been taking care of him for the last bit, is trying to tell him to slow down and to let someone who is more health or healthy open the door. And he goes, "I got this," belligerently, and just bursts through the door. And he stumbles upon the old storage closet, and inside the closet there is a rather large mirror in the back corner. But the light hasn't quite reached it yet. You can just kind of barely make it out. But then as he comes in the door, he kind of falls to the floor.
As Thurston falls to the floor and the rest of you crowd in behind, you realize at the last moment that there is a large mirror at the other side, the far side of this storage room. It's not a very large room, big enough though. Who's bringing up the rear?
I can
will.
bring up the rear.
Oh, okay. You go right ahead.
Harry, as you're bringing up the rear, you move to close the door. And something grabs it. You're inside pulling the door closed, and something has grabbed the doorknob on the other side. You cannot see who or what it is, but it does not want you to close that door. You are pulling that door. Roll 4 dice.
No 6s and no 1s.
No 6s, no 1s. The door is wrested from your grip and slammed open, and you see standing there the man from before, the man that had held a gun to Marigold. And he is looking at you all. These things are true. The world is dark. Jacqueline, what is a truth?
This man is the last person Mr. Connolly sees.
Thurston, give me a truth.
Thurston runs this man through with the sword after Mr. Conley. Or dies. Didn't you just say that he was the last one you see?
He's the last person that Mr. Connolly will see. That. Who knows what that means?
It's up for interpretation.
So you run the man through. Very good. Very, very well. And for what it's worth, we are alive.
We are alive.
We're alive.
We're alive.
The man shoves Mr. Connolly aside, bolting into the room and pulling the door shut behind him, separating Mr. Connolly from the group. And Thurston stands up with his blade and runs the man through, not on purpose. It is dark. There is no light. And Mr. Connolly, you saw in the back of that room, you saw that mirror. You saw it. And you know that if you open that door, if that light hits that mirror again, hell is going to burst out of it. You know that. There is a scream echoing through, and as you turn, you see emerging from the glass panels of the balcony where the staircase ends and the mezzanine traverses across. There's that glass plating there. Why did it have to always be glass? As you see your doppelganger step forth, you don't have to run. You are me, and I am you. And let us speak of tomorrow. What do you do?
Mr. Connolly looks around him, sees the closed door, ceiling in the light, and sees the glass that surrounds him, and with just like one last final thing, tries to like tackle the doppelganger, using his meager weight to pull him down the stairs and buy those in this storage closet a little bit more time.
This is your moment. Go ahead and roll 4 dice. Oh.
1, 6, 0, 1s.
I think we're at 3, but 1 success. That is your moment. As you slam into him and you push him over the edge, the both of you topple off. And as you speed to the ground, you know that for whatever it's worth, you have bought your companions just a little more time. Just another moment. And maybe, just maybe, in some reality, there is some universe where that moment will be enough for them to survive and make it through to the other side. This is a sacrifice. And you burned your hope getting it, which would normally give you a hope dice to use for the rest of the game. However, you have died. But you are passing that hope along. Who do you want to give that hope die to?
I give that hope die to Marigold.
Marigold, you have an additional die? to use that succeeds on a 5 or 6. Janity, thank you so much for playing with us this evening. I'm sorry, but Mr. Connolly is dead.
We're at 3 candles.
And we are at 3 candles. You are in this room. It is so dark. The warm blood is pouring down the blade and onto your hand as the man slips further onto the blade and he whispers,
You
What have I
cut
done?
out.
Hmm?
You cut out, Danny.
He said, I was trying to warn you. With his last breath.
And he, Thurston kind of leaves the sword in him, and he just kind of lets go, and he looks down at his hands, and you can kind of see that, like, a little bit of clarity finally, like, reached his eyes after he stabbed this man. And like, what have I done? And he looks to Marigold and Kelly, and you see that he's very confused in this moment.
Kelly puts kind of a comforting hand on him as she also kind of like moves him or like encourages him to step to the side, where she passes and takes her sword and uses the hilt and smashes the mirror.
Marigold puts her hand on the doorknob and, tears streaming down her face, whispers, "We have to go help him. Mr. Connolly's out there alone and we have to go help him."
When the door had closed, it had cut off any light. There are no seams under the door. There are no lights. There are no windows in this room. When that door closed, it was pitch black. But as the dead weight of the man Thurston had run through with his sword fell, he did see the blood on his hands. He saw that blood because there was light. There's this pale, sickly, silvery light that emanates from the mirror as Marigold goes to open the door and Kelly goes to smash the mirror. Rem Alternus, give me 3 dice on your roll.
My first roll was 10 dice.
This is a critical roll, depending on the results.
No sixes.
What did you get?
No ones.
How many 6s?
None.
None. Oh, dear. You rear back and you lunge forward to smash the mirror with your blade. And as the pommel of that sword contacts the glass of the mirror, it does not stop. It continues through. And you, expecting that resistance are thrown off balance and follow the blade as you sail fully and completely through the mirror. And as you do so, the blade trailing behind you, you have fallen completely through. Whatever power, whatever magic or darkness or physics has caused this to happen stops, and the edge of the blade catches the glass and pulls it in, and the whole thing shatters with you on the other side. What
I told you.
What horrors await on the other side of the looking glass are unknown to us. Kelly will have to face them alone. Thank you for playing with us. I'm Alternus.
Uh-huh.
But for us, in this world, Kelly's story has ended. We will be down to 2 candles. These things we know are true. The world is dark. And Elizabeth, with the hope die, what is the other truth, the one final truth you have available to your group?
It is true that I will. I take off my cardigan and I cover all the remaining glass pieces under it. And now we're just in pitch black darkness.
It is pitch black. And we are alive.
We are alive. We really suck at this.
We are alive. Terrible.
That's appropriate. It is so hard to measure the passage of time in the dark. With no light cycle, with no coming dawn, with no sounds to indicate what part of the day it is. Maybe you're there for a handful of hours. Maybe it's days. Your headaches are getting progressively worse, Thurston. You have burned through the last of the ibuprofen that Marigold had brought. There is nothing left to eat. There is nothing left to drink.
Person sits up Then he just kind of pats Marigold on the head. And he just starts walking towards the door, or stumbling, feeling his way towards the door as he's, taking over chairs and pulling up like random knickknacks as he's trying to make his way to where he thinks the door is.
What are you doing?
You can
Hello.
hear her calling. Daddy? Dad, are you there?
I'm right here.
Daddy,
I'm coming.
it's dark. I can't see. Can't see, Daddy.
Just call out to me and I'll come get you. Just
I'm
Thurston, who are
here.
you talking to?
I'm here. I don't know where Mommy is.
he's just right on the other side. Maybe we'll see you soon.
Thurston, please don't leave me. Please don't leave me alone. Where are you going?
Daddy,
I'm not gonna leave you, sweetheart.
it's dark.
He hears what she's saying.
It's dark. It's and Marigold, as you turn your head, you realize you hear the voice as well from the other side of the door. Daddy, Daddy.
Thurston, it's not real. Don't go. Don't leave me.
You hear this, right?
I do. I do, but it's a trick. You can't go out there.
I can't take the chance. And he resolves himself and goes right through the door.
Please don't go. Please don't leave me. Please.
Thurston, as you open that door, I would like you to roll 2 dice.
One. I'd like to re-roll that, and it's my love for my child that is driving me to go through this door.
Absolutely.
Two threes.
It is your love for your child that leads you to open that door. And when you open that door, you can see her there, standing right in the middle of that balcony, on that mezzanine overlooking. And Marigold, you see Thurston outlined in that pale light, and you see on the other side a small figure. And that small figure reaches out to Thurston. Thurston turns and looks at you with a smile and closes the door.
No.
At least you'll be safe inside. Thurston, you turn back, and there she is, reaching out to you. And you see her there, your perfect child. She is smiling at you. And you smile as you reach out. And as you embrace, there is no one around that can see the triumphant smile on her face, the blackness of her beady eyes. As she drags you down, down, and down. Chris, thank you very much for joining us tonight. This is the end of Thurston's story. As we reduce ourselves down to one candle. Marigold, you are alone. And these things are true. It is dark. And you are alive.
This is my biggest fear. I was always alone. I was a foster child. I didn't have any real family. I never had any real friends. Mr. Connolly was the first person to really care about me. And now I'm alone again. So I'm going to open the door.
You open that door. And that death pallor light streams in to the room. It's bright. It's so bright. You've been in the darkness for so long that even this dark light is like the sun. You see there, maybe 5 feet from the door, Thurston's body. It's hard to look upon. It is he's been shred apart. There's no sign of the other person, his little girl, if that's who that was. There's nobody else around. The siren has stopped wailing. It's just quiet. So quiet. What do you do?
I'm going to. I'm gonna kneel down by Thurston's body and put my hand on his shoulder and just say, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry this happened to you." And then I'm going to try to find them.
Okay. You stand up and look around. Where do you think the best place to find them is going to be?
I'm gonna head. I'm gonna head to. Do I see any light anywhere?
The whole of the world is bathed in this diffuse light, and now you realize it is coming from every reflective surface, whether that is a mirror or just glass that is, as this light recurses on itself, and anything that might cast a reflection this light is emanating from just diffuse into the air. That is why it feels like there was never a source, because everything around you has been the source. It is the light from the other side of the mirror.
I am going to go to the closest reflective surface I can find. So probably one of the restrooms where the mirrors are.
Yeah. And there are so many reflective surfaces, but one that is going to suit your purposes, and you head down the stairs. And what I would like you to do at this point is roll that single die, but you also have a hope die, so you get a second die that will succeed on a 5 or a 6.
I got 1 success and 1 failure.
Is that failure on your hope die or on the regular die?
On the hope.
You've burned that hope die. You go down steps, and I will say that before you arrive at a bathroom, there's actually, in this hall, you realize that there is a wall that has just this large mirror on it, reflecting everything in the hallway, the art on the back wall, the seating, tables for the cafe. It's massive.
I'm going to walk up to it.
And you do. You walk up to it, and your reflection in the mirror faces you. And it is, in this moment, simply your reflection. Looking back at you, studying you the same way that you are studying it. Looking for something in it that is not your reflection, that is not you when you are looking.
As I search the reflection for some evidence that they are there, I get more and more frustrated when I don't see them, and I scream at them at the mirror. Why now when I'm alone you won't show up? And I punch the glass.
You have a single dice to roll. Please do so.
Neither a success nor a failure.
You punch the glass, and it cracks, splintering out in several directions, this spider web. And as you step back, holding your hand, knowing that it's bleeding, feeling that pain, but just numb to it, you step back. And in each cracked pane of the mirror, you see your reflection. 5, 6, 7, 8 parts of you. In this reflection, you see just your left arm, in this one, your torso, down here, your feet, and in this one here, your face. Your face. Eyes dark as night. And as one surging forth from this mirror, this misshapen reflection of you, cracked and splintered, peels forth from the mirror, falling and flowing to the ground and rolling up in front of you like some slithering snake made up of just parts of you, more than the parts of you that existed in the single reflection, but all of the parts of you from all of the reflections, but just your face looking back at you with a smile. Those dark eyes glaring down. And with the flicker and a flash, you are consumed by darkness. Isabits, thank you very much for playing with us tonight. The hallways of the convention center are silent. If something did come from the other side of the looking glass, there is no evidence of it. There's no evidence of anything to remind us of these 5 individuals who made their last stand here. Everything's quiet. But these things we know are true. It is dark. Thank you for joining us.
Hello? Hello, hi. My name is Marigold James. I'm an artist. Well, a wannabe artist. I was working here at Gen Con when the world went dark. I know most people would record something like this for their loved ones, but I don't have any. I'm alone and unwanted. It's funny. All I ever wanted to do was leave my mark. Something that says I was here, that I mattered. And instead, I'll just fade away, alone and unwanted. If someone finds this, God, I hope there's somebody left to find this. I'm glad that you made it.
Greetings, I am Mr. Connolly, Harry Connolly, my apologies. I am accustomed to introducing myself to my students. Last semester, I instructed my seniors in the law of conservation, which dictates that neither matter nor energy can be created or destroyed. They can only change. One of my kids, Jordan, found this comforting. They said that regardless of the passage of time, their every particle will have a home in the universe. Their every action will retain its ripple effects. I found this to be an instance of over-sentimentality, albeit one that enabled Jordan to score highly on their AP test. Now I am unsure. I find myself hopeful that, in this mess, one of my students survives. Just one. If I can manage that, I will gladly let that be my grip effect.
Shirley? Junior? Is that you? I knew. I could just feel that you guys were still here. Just needed to get to one more level. Just get past one more obstacle. And I knew I'd see your faces again. It's been a long walk and a hard fight to get here, but it's been worth it. I love you. Come here. Give me a hug.
Contrary to popular belief, the name Whirly Joe is not from Twister. That's just what I always tell people. In reality, it came from a cassette tape. When I was a kid, Dad used to get these old recorded radio shows and make us all gather around and listen to them. Whirly Joe was this Jim Neighbors-styled happy idiot gas station attendant. I never found the last tape, but I guess this radio show premise was that it was a town on Mars. Weird little show. Still not sure why I eviscerated my dad's favorite movie for the first podcast, but cows flying past windshields. That was it for him in the good times department. It was even the last movie he saw before he died. God, I wish I missed him. God, I wish I was a happy idiot.
I don't like thinking about sad things. I've never been seriously sick or had surgery or broken a bone. I've never really thought about death. I hope my family makes it. I hope they found a way to hide. I spent too much time traveling to cons or in my studio sewing, rather than spending the little time I had left. I didn't know it would be so little. Hundreds of fans at every con. They didn't know me. I didn't know them. Shallow relationships, shallow friendships, shallow costumes, shallow life. Maybe someone will find me someday in the ruins. Anthropologists and archaeologists of the distant future, buried like Helen of Troy. I wonder what they'll make of my costume. I wonder if they'll put my remains in a museum. I lived to be dressed up and posed and viewed by strangers. I guess it's the destiny I deserve. I spent so much time pretending to be other people. I didn't even really get to figure out who I am. God, someone please remember me. Anyone? Please remember my name. My name is Kelly. Hi everyone.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us for this one shot of 10 Candles.
Thank you, Danny.
Seriously fantastic.
This is your story. You guys made it up. I just said it was going to be at this place and it was going to be dark. Real quick, check in. How is everybody feeling? Is everybody okay?
Mm-hmm.
Stressed and sad, but that's just normal for this game.
I really like the mirror thing because it has really great roots. in horror sci-fi, you don't see it as much as I'd like. And it reminds me of one of my favorite Goosebumps books where you have an evil twin behind the mirror. I appreciate both the complete and utter terror as I'm sitting here almost having peed myself, and just the great spin on it and using fabulous Gen Con as a base is wonderful. So,
yeah. I thought that might be appropriate given the medium that we are broadcasting from. Really appreciate Gen Con giving us this opportunity to play games here and do this. So, yeah. Well, if y'all haven't played 10 Candles, watching it is one thing. Playing it is definitely an experience that I 100% recommend getting yourself a copy of this. The rules are so simple. It's really easy to play.
I think it's one of those as well. Like you can play a one shot of D&D or anything else and walk away and be like, that was fun. And, it gets lost in the sea of one shots that you might play. But if you play 10 Candles, like you have a bond with these people because it's an experience. And like, I don't know, you just walk away like on a different level with everyone.
I mean, you just went through the end of the world with them and died together. So yeah, you have a bond.
Kender Mage, who is our wonderful mod, just told me a great idea or a great suggestion. And for those that don't know, we have a Patreon tier that is a twice a month game, I think. Is that how we do it? With twice a month game that someone from Rem Alternus will GM, and Danny is one of those GMs. So if you'd like him to GM a game for you, you can check out our Patreon at patreon.com/Rem Alternus. And I don't even have to sell it. Just go watch the past 4 hours and sold.
Indeed.
Should we get to business?
Yeah, I think there's like a drawing, right? Like all these folks want to know who gets the Norse Foundry dice.
Yeah. So we have a winner, and that winner, drum roll,
getting the chicken dinner. Who is
that? Mama Bird 15 is the winner of our Gnomish copper dice from Norse Foundry.
Mama Bird 15.
Mama Bird 15. So we'll send you a whisper here in Twitch. So please watch your messages for that, and we'll get your address to get those sent to you. Thank you so much for your support. Also, we have a top donor for the night, and of course, Eason gave me a pun to read. So after all of that fear and sadness, now we get into the rage portion of the evening. I started playing 10 Candles and put out a candle too early. It was a waxident.
I'm gonna have to use that on Sunday. Oh, that'll be so good.
Nice.
I have to use that like clockwork.
I'm a little angry at that one, I think.
I don't know. The delivery is what did it for me.
Yeah.
It was stunning.
I think Eason even goes to bed before we finish streaming. So like he just goes to bed happy knowing that I'm still awake and going to feel the effect of his actions.
Indeed.
Speaking of going to bed happy and yet others feeling awake, we have like a streamathon or something coming up in August, don't we?
We do. Gosh, why don't we do our round of introductions, because not all of you have been on Gen Con TV for our Thursday nights. So I'd like everyone to meet you, and everyone can promote things that they're doing and make any announcements they like, and we'll do that. So Danny, let's start with you, Mr. GM.
Oh wow, who am I? That's really the question, isn't it? I mean, can we really ever truly know ourselves? I'm Danny Cottesworth. I just love to make stuff and tell stories, and so that's what I do. I do it through this medium here. I do it by writing. I have a graphic series that I'm writing, and we're going to be kickstarting issue 2 with Rim Alternus here next month. I tell stories through music, and that's me. That's what I like to do. So you can find me at Cottesworth on all the social medias.
Yeah, and it is actually at remalternus.com/kick is the pre-launch page. So if you're interested, this is for issue 2, but there are rewards with issue 1. Issue 1 is also available through our Etsy store. But remalternus.com/kick to follow the project and get notified on launch, which is August 16th.
Yes.
1 month and 2 days.
Ooh. All right, Elizabeth, let's go to you.
I am Elizabeth. I think we have like half of the like Clockwork cast here tonight. I am part of the like Clockwork cast. I play Drusilla the Bard. I am also part of Panabon's, and I'm gonna get it right this time. Becoming Mighty and Morphin, correct? Yes. Podcast that is going to be released. I think the beginning of the year is when right it's set to release right now.
That is the hope. Yes, I think so, because we have a lot of fabulous stuff. I'll talk about Alternia Archives, but that'll be through the Alternia Archives, which is the podcasting arm of the fair Rem Alternus family universe of gaming.
But yeah, that's me.
For those who don't know, like Clockwork, we stream on twitch.tv/Master of Rem 5 to 6 days a week. And on Sunday nights is Like Clockwork, which is the D&D actual play of the world of the comic book that Danny produces. So the 2 stories, the comic book and Like Clockwork, happen at the same time. So there's little like clues and Easter eggs in each that you'll see in the other, which is really nice. So really cool, tons of room to play in that world. So come play with us on Sunday nights. How about Jackie?
Hi, I'm Jackie, or Jana T. I am the fulfillment director and resident crafter here at REM. So if you would like to get yourself a copy of this excellent comic book, or maybe even some fun merch related to it, Elizabeth was so nice that she got it twice. So if you go to remalternus.etsy.com, they will be shipped to you by me, and you can read a delightful comic book. I am also at Wrangler of Chaos on Twitter for GM and tabletop RPG stuff, or at Janet T. Craftily everywhere for art and craft things.
Jackie does amazing work and has crocheted a Rem dragon and a Fraggy the unicorn, which are of course my favorites. Except Minya. Minya is always going to be my favorite.
Thank you.
Hey, John.
Hi. So I have a ton of stuff going on. I'm going to try to keep this as brief as possible. On Sunday nights, I play Panabon, a genderqueer, jewel-eyebrowed gnome relocation specialist who has fathered a child, which nobody saw coming and is probably for the better tear of the universe. So please watch on Sunday nights to see how Panabon, the genderqueer, jewel-eyebrowed gnome thief, teaches their son values and morality. It'll be fabulous. I am also a part of the Alternia Archives, which are the podcasting network here. I've done several games, including one where I met Chris, who I absolutely adore, doing Brutal Crit Wrestling, which is way back in the archives of the archives. I am currently on the archives right now as Flint Marine, an Arusan water sniper character. And we have a really intense episode coming up. It drops every Friday at 8 a.m. And so I would recommend starting the adventure from the beginning if you haven't listened in. And if you have listened in, and you're coming for the end of the series, the last couple episodes, just be aware, listener discretion is advised. And take care of yourself because I believe in self-care when needed. Outside of the Rem Alternus universe, if there is an outside, I am a playwright, and so I have 2 podcasts that I do among my other projects. One is Surf City Donuts, where it's a sci-fi horror audio drama in the vein of Welcome to Night Vale that you can find on YouTube. That's Surf City Donuts. And I also have a podcast called Everything is Gay, Even the Straight Stuff, where I talk about movies and TV. We just finished up Once Upon a Time, and I'm releasing an episode on Beetlejuice from 1988 on Tuesday. Once again, that is Everything is Gay, Even the Straight Stuff, available wherever fine podcasts are sold. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed this. Is my first time playing 10 Candles, and I wanted to play gross man con characters, so I had a great time. So thank you so much for that. I didn't anticipate being blind, though. Someone made me blind, and so I had to change my character a bit because I was made blind. It worked out fine.
My bad.
I love you, Chris.
Much love. To be honest, I thought you being blind would have helped you out. You wouldn't have seen anything. You got scared and screamed at anything.
If I hadn't been playing a coward, that might have worked out really well. That's okay. I'll get you back in Goose Goose Duck, which we do on like Saturday nights here around.
Sounds like a plan.
And who are you, Chris?
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's me, your boy, Chris. I stream pretty often or on Room Alternus. Done stuff like Wizard of the Five Rings. I'm on Tuesday nights doing Shadowrun, and Saturday mornings doing D&D 5e, Ascended to Avernus. I'm a writer and generally just love playing games and being a general goofball. Yeah.
Heck yeah. And by the way, I think that's the first time I've heard you call yourself a writer, and I love it.
Oh, well, why, thank you.
Writing.
So, and I'm Rem. I am the owner of Rem Alternus Productions, and we are a nerdy media production company, and we do a ton of work. So things we've got coming up, we will be at Gen Con. Well, I will be at Gen Con, and a couple of the team as well. Tom, who runs tech. Thank you, Tom. Everything looked so good tonight. Like, beautiful. So thank you for that. Tom and I will be at Gen Con. A couple of other Rem folks will be there. So I've got pink hair. If you see me, come say hi. We have the Streamathon, which is late August. Does anyone have the date offhand?
August 27th or 28th or 28th to 29th.
I think it's the 27th to 28th.
It starts at Avernus and ends at like clockwork. So it starts Saturday morning
at 10 a.m. Central.
10 a.m. Central, and then ends Sunday evening with like clockwork
at
whatever time.
9 p.m. Central, I think. Yeah. So 35 hours of streaming, and we're going to have a ton of games, a ton of GMs, and it's celebrating the anniversary of when we started streaming, but it's also a chance for our community to come play with us. So if you've always thought about live streaming, but didn't know if you had the equipment or whatever, it doesn't have to be the best quality microphones and cameras. Just come play with us for the weekend and have fun. So join our Discord server.
The Streamathon won't just be D&D, right? Like my Power Ranger game, I'm going to be doing a couple of one-shots in, and that's in essence 20 system. And I think so you don't have, it doesn't have to be D&D. It doesn't all have to be the maths. So you'll have plenty of chances to try stuff out if you'd like to do something less mathy too. Not the math is bad. Math is good.
Definitely. And I am trying to find my link to my Discord. So I'm stalling. There it is. Okay, got it. There you go. We're not on my channel, so I can't use my bang commands. But join our Discord community and come play with us. We'd love to have you. What else is happening? We talked about the Coddlesworth issue 2 Kickstarter. We're also going to be launching a Kickstarter. I believe it's August 30th. Let me make sure. Yep, that's right. Tuesday, August 30th. And it's with Pure Alchemy Soaps. And they're going to be doing a gelatinous cube soap Kickstarter, and I saw the like test ones, and they're really cool. They're pretty beefy, and they jiggle like Jello, and they're gonna have like a dice set floating in them. So really cool stuff. And you can follow us again on Discord and on all social media to find out more info about that. And finally, I mentioned during the pre-show, but we've got some things kind of happening that I'll announce later. But Neo Anarchist podcast and the Arcology podcast are coming to Rem Alternus's YouTube. So really cool stuff. It's going to be a whole relaunch. Those have been podcasts in the past, really popular Shadowrun podcasts, and we're going to relaunch them as streams or recordings. So you'll actually get to see them, and it's going to be really neat, and I'm very excited about it. So that's all of our plans for Q3.
Wait, learn to play. Learn to play is a new thing that we're starting too, which is great for people that want to learn to play.
Yeah, this quarter we're doing D&D. So once a month there's a character creation session and a one shot. And I'm doing the August character creation session. So again, if you come to our Discord, you'll find out all about it, and you can join it if you've never played before. Learn to play with us. Open to anyone. Whew. That's a lot of stuff.
So much stuff. I want to stress that, like,
can you like turn a light on or something, Danny? You're so creepy with the eyeliner. Oh my God, the mouse is back.
So, real quick, I just want to say that, like, the big thing about REM is it's definitely a community, and it is definitely community centric. And so all of this works because people are joining us to do these things, to play with us and to hang out. And I find that at the end of the day, that's like where the strength is. Like, there's a lot of people that do stuff, and then there's people who are just trying to build an actual community. And that's what I feel here at REM. So I just wanted to put that out there because it's a great feeling to know that you have these people that will help you out and take care of you. So.
Oh. But I have a sleepy puppy behind me, and we're being notified that it is time to wrap it up.
Oh, so now Tom's telling us we got to go. Boo, Tom. Boo, boo.
No, yay, Tom. Tom did awesome for us again tonight.
He did.
So thank you so much.
Always. I have so much love for that man.
Yeah. So thank you again, everyone, for joining us. Congratulations to Mama Bird 15 on the dice set, and we'll see you next week with Shadowrun Emerald Glitch. Bye, everyone.
Good night, America.